How are you doing today? Oh, just sending out a couple quick messages to see if I can strum up any interested parties in reading today. Let's see. Hi, Z. How are you? Thank you so much for coming in. I don't know why it's not showing up on my stream manager. That's a bit goofy. It's probably just being non-functional. I'll reopen it. Maybe that'll help. Let's see. Stream manager. There we go. How's my volume? Am I coming in okay? Hopefully I'm coming in okay. All right. So, fabulous. That's great to see. Oh, good. And it's showing up on the screen also, it looks like. My face is all broken out. It's awful. Oh, so today, I got up about the usual-ish time when I actually go to bed at the right time. Always kind of a, what's it called? Brain forgetting words. Gamble, there's the word. Always a bit of a gamble as to whether or not I'm actually going to go to bed on time. But I've been trying to work on it, trying to get better about it. Absolutely. Thank you for the lurk. And as far as like things that needed to be done today, I mostly did like house chores and such. Are we going into an ad already? Okay. Well, 90 seconds of ad. That's fine, I suppose. I'll try to be better about skipping them when they come up in the future. I got Turbo, so I still here for you. Thank you. You're going to have to tell me a little bit more about Turbo because I know almost nothing about it. I haven't really checked to look into it. Oh, look, a 3-stream watch streak. Fabulous. That's great. So today was after I did the house chores, I had to step into the clinic for my hormone shot. I'm actually doing a pretty good job right now in terms of staying on top of that. So for anyone who doesn't already know, I have started taking testosterone. I'm not in it necessarily to go full masculine. Thank you for sticking around if you did. For anyone checking in who is not on Turbo or stuff, thank you for hanging around. So I started testosterone about 2 months ago, but I was being inconsistent with applying the gel that I had been prescribed. So to try and be better about it, I set up a weekly ancillary appointment at my clinic to get the shot done in my hip. It was kind of a big step for me because I really hate needles. Like, I have a deep-seated fear of needles. Whenever possible, I try to look away, distract myself, that sort of thing. I know it's not necessarily a unique anxiety to have, but having a pain disorder on top of that, anything that happens to my person tends to be very painful. And one of the most recent trips I had gone to the hospital, I was having some inexplicable pain in my abdomen. And after speaking with the on duty, like the on call nurse line, they couldn't really make any sort of diagnosis based on my symptoms. So they suggested that I go to emergency room and have a full workup there. Fortunately, I guess you could say it was kind of a slow night, but I ended up still staying there for about 6 to 8 hours. I can't quite remember, but they did a whole slew of tests just to make sure that they covered everything. And at one point, I had to have my blood drawn. The person who tried to take my blood, stabbed me so hard in my left arm that I had severe bruising at the site, and she still couldn't get the vein. So someone else came in a bit later, and they were able to do it on my right arm pretty easily. I think it might have had an IV. I don't really remember at this point. Stuff like that, I tend to kind of dissociate and block it out because I just can't really tolerate what's happening. And it was a long day. And my spouse eventually ended up coming to stay with me, mostly out of like worry and concern, thankfully. So I wasn't alone for the last few hours, but the first few hours I was there, it was pretty not superb. But anyway, coming back to my weekly hormone injection. Wow, my brain is really sucking at words right now. The first time I did it, it didn't really hurt. It was a small enough needle that I didn't really register it other than like the slightest of pokes, which is like the equivalent of accidentally sticking myself with like a thumbtack. And it was over very fast, which was great. And since I did okay with that, I went ahead and I agreed to doing a self-administer of a medication, which I have taken 2 doses of now, and I have 2 more to take. So that is not the most enjoyable experience. Again, I still am not a huge fan of needles. With the self-injection, it is a little bit more painful, but it is relatively quick, which is nice. As long as I get it in the meat of my hip or my thigh, it doesn't hurt as much as I thought it would. So that's good. But the hormones, as you can see, I got some breakouts there. I have one on my temple that I was picking, so it's got a little bit of a scab on it. I also have some around the other side of my face. Down here, there's one growing. I hate how much acne is coming at me. I've never really had a lot of acne problems in the past, so this is kind of a new experience. People are already jokingly referring to it as my second puberty, so I'm not super excited about that. I bought some Stridex wipes that I plan to be using to make up for the fact that my skin is getting to be more oily. Huzzah! So I'm trying to figure out what kind of schedule is best for streaming right now. It's kind of like, I want to do it weekly. I need to pick a day that's weekly. And also, like, evenings still sound like a good idea. I tend to be more of a night person anyway. So if I were to do 2 hours weekly, that would probably be a good way to start. Maybe work my way up to longer time. And as long as I keep doing the Pomodoro style of reading, that also gives my voice a bit of a rest and all of that fun stuff. I did manage to find my. Is it going to show? Does it want to show? There, well, that works, I suppose. I did find my side quest deck in one of my boxes. So I have that. For anybody who wants me to do a poll, I can do that. I think the redeem should still be on. And aside from that, it's really just a case of what do I feel like reading? Because that's, like, again, still kind of the best shot I have with this laptop. I don't really think I can do streaming and gaming with this one without it getting a little hiccupy. And I can't recall whether or not I mentioned, but the box that I thought the computer tower and stuff was in, turns out it was the wrong box that we grabbed. They are older towers that my spouse discussed us setting up as a sort of like in-house media server. I'm not really super savvy in that kind of stuff. So I will eventually, of course, leave that all to him. He was also discussing maybe being able to do like streaming stuff, like host the stream on one of these towers or whatever, and potentially set up a sort of cloud gaming situation where we subscribe to an off-site computer something. It's all really high-tech stuff that I don't really understand, but the idea is that it would be something of a net, like, what do I call it? I can't remember the word for it. But it would have all the games on it. That way we wouldn't have to have the computers themselves hold all the games. And that way we could just play it that way, to my understanding, and that's how that would work. I really wish I knew the terminology a little better so I didn't sound like a goofball trying to suss it out. But considering my personal computer is older now, it might be a good alternative for at least a short while as I try and save up, I suppose, for the new computer whenever that ends up happening. It really depends on what our funds are looking like. And that's another thing I wanted to briefly discuss. As it turns out, our benefactor, who's been helping us with rent and bills and that kind of stuff since we moved here, reached out to let us know that she can no longer cover our expenses. So that makes a lot of things suddenly a lot harder. So we're very worried about that. And I had my hours also cut at work, which has me super, super anxious. It's actually kind of bullshit, to be perfectly honest. The reason that he hired an additional employee to do coverage, is what he said initially. And this additional person is essentially doing the job that I was supposed to be doing. Except now she's taken one of my days. So I only worked Saturday and Sunday. And apparently that's the quote unquote only time she's available. So because of that, she now has one of my days. I'm not super excited about it. That reduces my hours from 24 to 12, assuming I have at least one day a week. And the reason he said that he hired her, as I was about to say, and then totally lost track of my thoughts, was because he said coverage. But when I called him out on it and said how that was essentially supposed to be my job, was to be coverage, in addition to doing the weekends, I had missed I was late to one shift unexpectedly. Another one was expectedly, and I messaged to let him know I was coming. I was going to be a minute or two late. I ended up getting a lift to get there mostly on time. It was really a matter of if I was able to arrive in enough time to properly open up the office. But I did do the emergency visit, and there wasn't anyone to cover me, so they called in the person that normally works in the middle of the week to cover the rest of my shift. And because I take the bus, he more or less said that he couldn't rely on me to do coverage and to be on time, even though I was only late twice. And this Saturday will be my 90 days mark. Of course, with it being, it's like 90 calendar days, not 90 days of work, because I'm only working, like I said, I was only working on the weekends with a couple shifts here and there. But I don't think I picked up an additional midweek shift in a couple of months, to be honest. So it's really shitty. So I've been looking for additional work. Hello, Azzy. Thank you so much for popping in. We're just talking about work stuff and how my hours had been reduced. Yeah, so my hours got reduced. And I'm looking for a second job or possibly a new job, depending on what I'm able to get. I've had I had one interview and I have another one possibly coming up on Friday. It sounded a little bit like he was ready to give me the job. So if that is the case, it's technically listed as being a part-time job, but he's willing to give me as many hours as I'm willing to take. And there is a high probability that I'll be able to work remote after being there for a little bit, which would be phenomenal considering I don't currently have a car. So it would very quickly solve that problem. As it is right now, if I wanted to walk to work, I could get there in about 25 to 30 minutes if I end up working at this particular location. I think there is technically a bus that I can take to get me there, maybe 5 or 10, to shave maybe 5 or 10 minutes off of that walking time. It'll depend, I guess, on how I'm feeling that day. If I'm willing to do the walk, or if I shouldn't just do the partial bus ride and walk the rest of the way. I had my spouse look at the bike that I got last winter or last November when I got here. And he said that the bike was so rusted up and pretty much unrideable, which, makes sense considering I had the big crash that ended with my face and my knees getting really badly scratched up on my way to work when I was still working at the grocery store. That's the sound of my spouse walking on the floor upstairs. I don't know if it's coming up on the mic or not. I should probably look at the mic and see if it shows up on there. But either way, it's fine. Whatever. You may occasionally hear my spouse walking above on the floorboards upstairs in this house until we potentially move to the next one. So the bike is crap, and I could potentially toss it out. Oh, good. That's good. I could potentially toss it out. I could potentially part it out. He said that the body itself of the bike is good. I would just need to literally replace everything else on the bike. That may or may not be worth just getting another bike. And I wouldn't mind getting another bike, and doing biking would be nice. There are streets that are mostly flat, maybe a little incline here or there. If you're going horizontally, like following the horizon line, but if you're going vertically, it's a lot of hills, at least in this neighborhood. That's a good idea, Azzy. I will definitely look into that. And I got it from the thrift store, so I mean, it was cheap, and it did the job for as long as I used it, which is to say maybe a couple weeks. It definitely shaved off some walking time when I used it because I had to go downhill from work, and I went downhill like pretty fast actually, and it severely cut into my walking time when I was working at the grocery store. And I did walk while I was there in the snow a few different times. That's why I have snow boots. So it's not that I can't walk in the snow. It's just that I'm not a huge fan of it, obviously. Today when I went to go do my hormone shot, I was mostly layered up, but I didn't bring a scarf or a hat, and it got really windy, and I regret not having brought the scarf or hat. And I ended up taking a Lyft on the way home from the grocery store, which I went to after I got the hormone shot, to pick up a couple things. We were out of brown sugar. I have a couple different baking items that I'm planning on doing this week, and I needed to make sure that we had brown sugar for that. I already have the other, like the regular white type sugar, and I could, in theory, use the white type sugar and add molasses to it to make it more like brown sugar in a pinch. But I don't especially know how the stevia and the raw would do with that. I might have to give it a little test and see. Anyway, got the stuff to do that. I have a couple different things I'm planning on baking. Yeah. But because it's stevia, I don't know if how it will react with the molasses is what I'm concerned about. I normally use like an ethetriol blend, but the grocery store that I went to didn't have it, so I got the big stevia and the raw instead. I regret that a little bit now, but I will use it until it's up because I don't want to waste it. Test no smaller sort of thing. Yep, exactly. I will probably do that tomorrow. I have in my refrigerator a bunch of dough to make pierogies. I have the filling as well. I'm a little disappointed with the filling because I didn't have the foresight. Exactly. I didn't have the foresight to not mix starchy potatoes with waxy potatoes. So there are chunks of waxy potato in the mash. I hope it works out. We will see. But I made the dough for the wrappers a few days ago and measured everything out, but then I didn't actually get along to doing it. So that's worrisome. Yes, exactly. So I worry that the dough might not be malleable anymore. I might have to make the dough again. And I made dough to make sweet potato rolls, but it hasn't risen. And granted, it's kind of cold in my house right now. So it makes sense that it hasn't risen. I've tried a couple things to help with it. What I might do, uh, in a pinch is one of two things, or two of two things. One, the first thing is to add regular yeast um, to the dough. I would need to bloom it first, but I could do that, and hopefully that will wake it up enough. Because I think the problem that happened. I'll come back to that. So first thing, adding yeast, like bakery yeast, to the dough that is currently going. Second thing is to bring it with me into the shower, not necessarily into the bathtub with me, but yes, that's part of the challenge. Um, bring it into the shower, the bathroom with me, and while I'm taking a shower, hopefully there's enough steam that it helps rise the dough. Exactly. Um, that's my hope. I really don't want the dough to be these little rocks like they were last time. I could try a couple different things. Like I thought about doing, like I mentioned with the yeast. What I could do is bloom the yeast with a little bit of water and a little bit of sugar. Hopefully that'll wake it up, and then work it into the dough. The dough right now is still pretty malleable. It's in a dough tub in my oven with the light on, and I had put a pan of hot water in there with it, but it was a shallow, long pan. What I probably should have done was do a tall bucket type thing and then fill that with water, and it would have taken a lot longer for the steam because the water density and heat distribution and stuff like that. Probably would have kept the oven steamier for longer. But if I do the shower, hopefully it'll do the same thing. We're going to see what happens. Worst case scenario, again, I have to throw the dough out. I hate wasting food. That's a big like trauma trigger kind of for me, because we were pretty poor, and um, groceries were kind of slim, and wasting food was let's call it punishable. And I definitely ate some things that were close to spoilage a lot when I was a kid, because of the fact that we were really low income. We didn't have a lot of opportunity to like consistently keep good food in the house. There was a lot of crap. My mom tried, and I won't get too into that because I don't really want to dwell on that. That's something for my therapist. And that's another thing I've been doing pretty regularly now, is seeing my therapist. I had a really bad week last week because of the whole thing about learning about our financier person, our benefactor, not wanting to help, not being able to help us anymore, and stuff at work, and feeling really anxious and depressed, and all that. So talking with my therapist about it was, as you can imagine, wasn't a fan of the whole thing. She had asked me at one point, "What are you wanting to accomplish from our session today?" And I just didn't really know. Uh, Recontextualizing it didn't really feel like it was working. Um, but anyway, um, so getting back on schedule with reading, doing my streams. It'll depend a little bit on what my work schedule will be like, assuming I get a job that works me in the middle of the week. Um, doing better work on meal prep and stuff like that will help, so that when I come home, I don't have to worry so much about whether or not there's dinner available. My spouse has a lot of problems with standing for long periods of time, so if I'm able to do food prep and then give him instructions, he's able to make things. And I'm thinking that I might just do a bunch of like freezer dump style type meals where it just needs to be dumped into a vessel and cooked in the oven or on the stove or whatever, but hopefully in a way that doesn't have him having to stand over it for a long period of time. That is something he has difficulty with because of the way his pain in his legs and stuff happens. So I usually end up cooking for that reason. We have a lot of stuff that is easier for him to eat and make, but I do most of the meal making and the baking and stuff like that. Because I got the sourdough starter, I've been doing a lot more baking, like making muffins and stuff like that. With it being the holidays, I wanted to try and do some cookies, so I bought a bunch of stuff to make cookies, but I didn't have the brown sugar and the butter and the eggs and the milk. So I needed to get all of those things, and I did. Um, I actually reached out to the local Discord community, specifically a local community on Discord, specifically a trans community, to see if there was anyone who would be willing to run errands with me in exchange for some sort of treat that I would then make for them. I ended up making a focaccia bread for them. It didn't quite come out the way I had hoped it would, but it was still perfectly edible. So I gave her half of a pan of that, and she took me to the pharmacy to pick up some meds and then took me to the grocery store where we both shopped independently. I was so grateful for that. Her name is Chelsea. I'm looking forward to potentially hanging out with her again. She is a new transplant. I think she said she was originally from Louisiana, which is a very big difference. And that was something that we actually talked a lot about, was the culture shock between our respected places we had lived. Now, I have done a lot more living in places, traveling and stuff. I lived in DC for 2 years. I lived in Arizona for 8 years. I lived in parts of the Pacific Northwest. When I was a child, we very briefly lived in Michigan with my father's extended family. That didn't quite work out. Yeah, exactly. Um, and she was such a lovely person. I'm looking forward to being closer friends. Um, but yeah, so I am going to make 2 types of muffins. I'm doing another ad. Why isn't it giving me the option to snooze it? I don't understand. Will it let me? It's already going, isn't it? Dang it. Oh, I love that emote, Azzy. um, Let me type it in chat real quick if I can get my mouse to work. There we go. Here is the redeem. Says I has. Oh, did I accidentally close it? I think I did. Shoot. Dang it. Well, I'll type it in here. Oh, this is where I was typing it. Okay. There is a redeem that says I'm in ads for anyone who wants to let me know. Probably should put that in my about section for future reference people. Anyway, where was I? Muffins. Thank you for waiting if you went through the ads. Making muffins, I have ingredients to make peanut butter banana muffins. I think there were peanut butter banana muffins. I'm gonna double check because I have it on my phone. Muffins. No, I'm looking in my current tabs. Muffins. Double chocolate banana muffins and applesauce oatmeal muffins. I'm not going to make those because I don't have any applesauce. However, I can make applesauce, and I could probably do it then. Tabs, muffins. Oh, that's why. It's because it's bread. But I made it into muffins. Why is it not coming up? Yes. I made the oatmeal muffins with quick cook oats, and they were a hit. Yes, exactly. Banana muffins, I think I did chocolate chips and walnuts. And the peanut butter muffins, it was peanut butter and cocoa powder. So it was like a double chocolate peanut butter muffin. I can't remember if it was one or the other that had the oatmeal. Regardless, so I want to make those, and I wanted to make some cookies. Um, there is a chain of cookie uh, cookie stores. I guess you can say bakeries. My one of my favorite toasts is peanut butter banana with honey and cinnamon. Um, Sometimes I'll just do peanut butter and honey with cinnamon, but I like when I have bananas, I like to add bananas also. Um, so the muffins, and I want to do some rolls, like sticky bun style type rolls, because we have like two boxes of almond paste. I thought you just said honey and salmon. No, not honey and salmon. Um, we have two containers of almond paste. They're about this big. And I thought maybe I could do like a sweet roll with them. Brown sugar, cinnamon on top, and then toss it with. Yes, that would also that sounds really good. So doing the rolls with the almond paste sounds like a winner. I also did some carrot cake style muffins, and we have a bunch of carrots because like we have a ton of carrots. That's so I made those, but they were a little too sweet for me. Spouse loved them. Spouse has a sweet tooth and will eat anything that's sweet. I have a shorter like mouth lifespan. Gravla. Oh, I've heard about that, but I've never made it myself. I will look into that. Gravlax. Gravlax. Um, I will not challenge myself with doing a croissant. I am nowhere near where I need to be in order to do that. And I know I could cheat and buy um, puff pastry and do it that way, but I'm too much of a weirdo to do that. I would just as soon make a croissant, but with my kitchen where it is presently, I don't think I could pull it off. And I would definitely need to maybe practice before I made any number, like if I ever made more than one. Um, and I'm a little scared to do that. Aside from that, I have been keeping a ginger bug. So I've got the sourdough starter and the ginger bug. There was a time when I had a kombucha SCOBY, but I found that I didn't really like the kombucha as much as I wanted to. I might try again with the gin, which is made with green tea and honey rather than black tea and sugar, but maybe like not immediately, obviously. And I thought about possibly doing water kefir with the little crystals. I don't really want to do milk kefir as much as I enjoy having it, like buying it. I don't know that I could keep it up with the amount that I consume. And I wanted to make yogurt for a while, but because I do eat a lot of yogurt, just not a lot. I don't drink a lot of kefir. Um, at least milk kefir. I could possibly do what I'm getting all over the place. So either of those, but I'm keeping the ginger bug, and I've already made one ginger beer batch, not ginger beer. It was cranberry mandarin ginger bug soda. It was really good. It had a couple of rose hips in it because I had done a little bit of foraging, and I'll come back to that later. Um, so it was all right. And I made two batches, one like liter and a half of cranberry, cherry lime ginger bug, and the other one, which was cranberry orange. And they're up in my cabinet right now. I need to burp them today. The ginger bug is very active. I had a little spill a few days ago where I lost like half of the jar all over my floor, and that was unfortunate. But I've been keeping it fed and keeping it happy. It's very active, it's very bubbly. So I need to drink at least the smaller bottle probably today or tomorrow and make another one immediately. Um, and or feed the ginger bug. If you like ginger soda, then I would strongly recommend doing a ginger bug. It's really easy to do. You really just need water, sugar, and ginger, preferably organic ginger if you can get it, but I've used regular ginger and it's not a problem. And what you do is it's like 100 milliliters of water to 25 grams of shredded ginger, including the skin, and 25 grams of sugar. And you can obviously increase the ratios on that to make it however big you want. And then afterwards, after you've been feeding it for at least a week or until you start to see activity, then you can up it to 2 to 1, 2 water, 1 sugar, 1 ginger, like ratio wise. And you add a quarter cup to a bottle that is safe for carbonation. You can reuse like small and large plastic bottles, but if you're trying to avoid plastic, you can use glass bottles, like swing top glass bottles. That's what I'm using. But you do a quarter cup of the bug liquid, and then you do a quarter cup of whatever flavoring you want to do, and then the rest is water and some sugar to feed the bug, and then you cap it and you burp it, like just open it and close it for a couple of days before it, and when it's really active, it'll do a loud one when you pop it, and then you can put it in the fridge and drink it over however long it takes you to do that, or you can drink it all immediately, which is what we did last time, and it was really good. So I'm really excited to start doing that. If you like ginger soda, making a ginger bug is really easy. Making flavors is really easy. It's really just about sugar water with flavoring added to the ginger bug. It needs to be sugar though, like cane sugar. It can't be non-nutritive sweetener or honey because the yeast that makes up the ginger bug only eats sucrose. It doesn't eat fructose and it doesn't eat maltose or any of the other sugars. It has to be sucrose, which is cane sugar. Otherwise, it won't be active. You could add honey as a flavor, but you can't do the bug and feed it not sucrose. I was thinking about possibly making a gingerbread flavored one because I have all the ingredients to do that. But I haven't been able to find any sort of recipe online, so I might have to do some experimenting with the flavors to see if I can get it to be close enough to the flavor of gingerbread as a fizzy soda. The shredded ginger that I've been using to feed the bug, I've been filtering out and putting aside in a container so that I can possibly make stuff with it, which is part of the reason I've been thinking about gingerbread and ginger cookies and ginger snaps, because I have all this ginger and I need to use it or toss it out. But I could also make ginger garlic paste, which I could then use to make curries and stuff. And I really love curry. And I think I'll still end up doing that anyway. But as it is right now, I'm getting enough shredded ginger put aside that I need to start using it. I don't want to just keep it in the fridge. And since it participated in a fermentation, it's got the benefits of that as well. So excited to put it to use. Very interested to see what I can do. Very excited to see how it bakes up. I've had to look up recipes that specifically use fresh ginger because everything I found for a good while was made with powdered ginger. It's not the same thing. I could theoretically dry it out and then blitz it in the food processor and then have my own powdered ginger. I could do that, but it's an extra step that I don't feel like doing. So it really just comes down to making sure that I have recipes that suit that. I know I could do like a ginger marinade for meat, and that could be tasty as well. So just a lot of food things kind of floating around in my head right now because I'm home a lot right now. And because of that, I'm able to make more meals in the house. We'll see how that translates to actually doing meal prep. I wish I had more storage, like kitchen storage containers. As it is right now, we have like one set in like 3 or 4 sizes, which is great for one thing per thing. But like I don't have 3 of the same one that I can do. Like this is a meal, this is a meal, this is a meal, and do it all the way. The only way I could do that is if I used Ziploc bags, which is fine. I can do that, but again, with the plastic thing, trying to semi-avoid that. So that's cooking food stuff. I did consider applying for cooking type things, like working in restaurants. The problem with that, of course, being that, I would be pulling a full shift and pretty much standing the entire time. And I don't know if I'm up to that challenge with my current state of things. I am doing physical therapy. I have IT band syndrome, which is very common with runners, but I'm not a runner. I just have really poor posture in my legs, I guess. I don't know how to describe it, but if my leg looks like this, the outside is super, super like tense. The muscles are super tense. So when I'm walking, my legs naturally kind of splay out a little bit. So the insides of my thighs and my calves and all that are really, really weak. And that's at least part of the reason that my legs do what they do. I also have chronic venous insufficiency, which is hereditary, and it's something that I've had most of my life. I've had 2 surgeries now, specifically 3 surgeries now, 2 on my left leg and 1 on my right leg. And it's not just surface level issues, it's also deep vein, and they can't really do anything about deep vein. Obviously, I need to do lifestyle changes and strengthen my legs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, to try and like counteract that. In addition to that, I was finally able to go and see a cardiometabolic specialist to handle my hypercholesterolemia, which is an inherited disease. And I'm trying to get on a couple different medications to try and work on that, one of them being the auto-injector that I mentioned earlier. Insurance didn't want to cover the Repatha, so they put in an appeal letter and insurance still said no. So I am due to do genetic testing. Exciting, right? No, not really. I'm nervous about it. But that might be the only way I'm able to get on this medication, which would severely improve my heart disease risks and all of that stuff. As it is right now, I do have scarring on one of my aorta. There is buildup already, and I shouldn't age myself. I shouldn't dox myself. I am young for the disease that is potentially hanging over my head. But when I thought about it in terms of just like familial, because it's inherited, trying to figure out where it might have come from in my family tree, and I'm pretty sure it comes from my maternal family. Thank you, Azzy. Um, both of my grandparents died from heart attack related issues. My grandmother had a quadruple bypass and then ended up never healing from the surgery and passing away because of that. I don't like thinking about it, but having to think about it now with my long list of disorders and syndromes and stuff, I'm realizing where in the family tree I got some broken shit that I have to deal with. Goodness. I feel like I want to get away from all of this talk, though. I'm prattling on, and I don't really know what else to talk about with regard to life stuff, other than just I'm trying to keep my head above water. I'm worried about rent for next month, and I'm breaking out from fucking hormones stuff. So let me see if I'm able to switch. I think I should be able to. Let me check. Not that one. Not that one either. There we go. Gonna switch it over to the reading and writing. There we go. Save. I've got a couple options for the reading. I reached out to my favorite author, Mr. Charles DeLint, who is one of the most prolific and, dare I say, founder of urban fantasy, specifically magic-related urban fantasy. So thinking of it like the Sealy have court at the mall food court, like stuff like that. And he said, as long as I'm not interfering with books that have already had audiobooks made for them and stuff like that, if I'm not actively trying to steal his money, that he has no problem with me reading his books. So I have a couple of his books that I'm really interested in possibly reading. There is a three-part series that he wrote when he was under one of his pseudonyms. And I think that would be a great start for his books specifically. So we could start those. We could go back into public domain stuff. I did start to read Lady Chatterley's Lover, but I feel like maybe that would be a better book to start reading when I have more time to stream. Like here, like I can stream 3 times a week or something like that. I could read it 2 times a week, or something like that. But other things in the public domain, we have been reading from Norse mythology book. That was more or less done kind of as a filler, but we could go back to that and finish it off. I don't mind doing that. I have a couple other mythology type books that I'm interested, like fairy tale type stuff that's available to me that I could read, if that sounds interesting. I could read those ASMR whispery type, or I could read them regular. Both of those options are available for public domain stuff. I also have some fan fiction that I could read. I found a really good one that I was going to read tonight because I just love it and I want to read it again. But I also have my multi-chapter story that I wrote in, I want to say 2009. with a couple of my friends. We got to 393,000 words, and I think that would be enjoyable to read. I would probably skip over the sexual portions and just link to those rather than read them, partly because I feel like I would absolutely fall up to pieces blushing and stuff. Um, thank you, Siri bot. Do a big stretch. Oh, good stretch. Do 30 seconds looking off to the side, not at my computer screen. And I'll drink some water in a second. But reading my fic and reading the fic that I want to read tonight, or reading public domain stuff, or reading or reading my author. Those are the options. They all sound like good options. I'm definitely going to read the fic tonight. I want to read it. And then when I go back and clip the VOD, I'll send a link to the author on the web on Archive of Our Own, and hopefully please her by having done that as a little audiobook version of her fic. It's a good fic. I guess it really just comes down to what folks feel like listening to me read. If folks have any input on that. Otherwise, I guess it'll just come down to what I feel like reading. I guess I could put a poll up, but there's only the two of you in here right now. So I guess it really just depends on what sounds good. But I am going to go ahead and open up the story that I was going to read. So this is a fanfic written by Death Squiggles on Archive of Our Own. It is a story that directly ties to a recently completed SMP on YouTube. If you are familiar, it is the Vampires SMP that was hosted by POW Creations. I absolutely obsessed over it for the entirety of its run. I had really hoped it would keep going, but unfortunately it stopped at 8 episodes, which is perfectly fine because it was fantastic and I wouldn't have it any other way. It was like lightning in a bottle. What is my hair doing? I absolutely highly recommend watching it if you like role play style stories. All of the characters are incredibly endearing and fascinating, and the storytelling elements from everyone involved was just superior. And I've started following a couple different content creators because of that. The only downside being that because they are so popular, I feel a little detached with the community in like chat and stuff. I'm trying to get over that hump, which is fine. I have managed to speak to them in terms of like commenting on their stuff and saying how good it is and asking questions when they were doing AMA type stuff. Anyway, coming back. This fiction is called Another Sunrise. Here is the summary. 14 vampires stand in Oakhurst. The barrier shatters. Owen and Lagundo start to pick up the pieces. The author's note goes as follows. Beating Cannon back with a broom. Everything's fine. Nothing bad ever happened. I love how the story ended, but I get the feeling some other people would also enjoy reading about Legs and Owen managing to actually get their shit together and heal. So here is that. All right. Looks like did the bot catch that? Hang on. I don't know if the bot caught that or not. Okay, it looks like it did. Good. Anyway. Here we go. 4 days prior. They lie together under the starless sky and watch the florid moon creep toward the horizon. How does this end? Owen asks, his voice so soft it couldn't disturb the wing of a katydid. Lagundo replies nearly a minute later, I wish I knew. Owen laughs, but there's no humor in it. We are diametrically opposed. Shouldn't the answer be obvious? One of us will give in, or we'll destroy each other. A pair of star-crossed lovers takes their life, whose misadventured piteous overthrows doth with their death bury their parents' strife. Lagundo recites. What the hell is that? Owen asks with a bemused smile. It's from a play by a man named William Shakespeare. The play is called Romeo and Juliet, and it's about two kids from warring families who fall into a forbidden romance. In the end, they both take their own lives because their family's conflict makes it impossible for them to be together. Oh, I see. You think we'll end up killing ourselves to avoid having to kill each other? No, Lagundo replies, giving Owen's hand a soft squeeze. We're not children. We've both survived far worse than social disapproval over our choice of partner. Owen considers this for a long while. When he speaks again, it's in a raw, shaking tone that speaks to the depths of the vulnerability he expresses. My partner didn't survive that disapproval. I'm sorry. I should have thought of that. My comment was insensitive. No, it's okay. You didn't say anything that wasn't true. Still, I killed thousands of people for what they did to him, and you're afraid I'll do it again. I'm not afraid of that. Maybe you should be. I don't think so. Lagundo tilts his head toward Owen to meet his eyes. It didn't make the pain go away last time, did it? Owen gazes steadily back. It felt good. In the moment. But then it was over, and you still felt every ounce of that grief. The silence doesn't settle for long. You don't have to be defined by what you did when you had no good choices. Didn't I? I could have walked away. I could have taken what remained of him and left this wretched place. Could you have? Do you really think you were capable of choosing to do that at that moment? I guess not. But if it happens again, you know more now, Lagundo says, turning to lie on his side and face Owen. He brings their clasped hands up and places his other hand around the back of Owen's to encase him in steady warmth. You could make a different choice, because you understand that revenge can only offer a hollow illusion of catharsis. Owen tries to imagine it. Lagundo covered in his own blood, eyes glassy and lifeless, and heart still in his chest, never to beat again. No more warmth, no more laughter, no more of the brilliant, compassionate man who looks at Owen and sees someone worth fighting for. I'd do it again, Owen murmurs, if it was for you. Lagundo breaks eye contact to turn his gaze down. He sighs. I know. That day. In the end, it's Scott who manages to corner Lagundo. Jack destroyed the garlic patch, and Apple threw the town stockpile into the river. Lagundo had his own meager supply squirreled away, but it couldn't last forever, and Scott goes straight for him the second that final glow fades from his breath. Abolish and Martin are quickly dispatched with Jack's help, leaving Lagundo undefended in his lab when Scott drops in and clears his throat. Only 2 beacons remain holy. Scott was smart enough to send Owen and Shelby on a dummy mission on the opposite side of the woods. Gundo doesn't stand a chance. It's over in seconds. By the time Owen reaches Lagundo, he's curled into himself beneath his desk, digging his fingers into the stone floor with enough force to crack and split the earth. Owen sits with Lagundo and holds him while he weeps. 8 days after. The barrier shatters under a midnight sky in early November. Legs sits at a cliff's edge with both feet hanging over the abyss below and his hands clasped tight in his lap. How many times has he been here? It was an easy instinct to indulge when his horror was fresh and he never seemed able to fully wash the scent of blood from his hands. Then he stood gripping the metal guardrails of the old industrial bridge on the edge of town and staring into the torrent of rapids far, far below. The cold iron bit into his palms, and he yearned with such suffocating intensity to give in, to let go, to become another name on a row of uniform headstones. But he couldn't. A creature so vile deserved no relief. For years, his work kept him too busy to contemplate endings. It almost felt like living again, traveling from place to place, giving care to those who most needed it, asking nothing in return but a place to rest his head and whatever food could be spared, if any. The work gave him purpose. The purpose gave him meaning. The meaning quieted the voices of agony buried deep in his heart. What meaning does he have now? All that remains of what he once was is a cautionary tale. A failed hero, cursed forever to bear witness to his own inadequacies. There is one step left in his arc. One final fall. I thought I might find you out here. He does nothing to acknowledge the words, but it isn't a surprise when Owen comes to stand beside him. Legs can't bring himself to lift his gaze. Thought you would have moved on by now. I don't much care for loose ends. I see. Legs shuts his eyes. Well, I'll make it easy for you. Somehow I doubt that. Owen drops to sit at his side, leaning his head on Legs' shoulder. I found a copy of that play. It's dreadful, Doctor. Legs huffs, and the corners of his lips make an attempt to twitch into a faint smile. Honestly, it's one of his weaker works. You'll just have to make up to me by showing me something decent. The smile fades. It doesn't have to be over, Owen says with such gentle softness he could be mistaken as coaxing a stray animal from its hiding spot. Some of us are happy with our lot, but there are still some who want the cure. It's impossible. Why? Because, he's slightly taken aback by the question, because there's no more beacons. We need a consecrated beacon for the cure to work. Well, who's to say we can't come back later and restart the cycle? Could that work? All of the beacons were neutral when they first arrived, but they must have gotten that way somehow. Perhaps another human could concentrate one and begin the game anew. If it was someone they could trust, then all the vampires who wanted curing would need only consecrate all of the beacons once they reclaimed their humanity, and the barriers would fall once again. They'd be free. They'd all be free. Except Scott took off the second the barriers came down. So? We have all the time in the world to hunt him down. Finally, Legs manages to turn his head and meet Owen's gaze. What are you saying, Owen? Owen smiles. I'm saying I'd like to wipe that smug grin off that frilly bastard's face. I want you to help me do it. 9 days after. They gather in the smoldering ruins of what was once a town to take stock and formulate a loose plan. Let's start simple, Pearl calls, and the chattering ceases at once. Who wants the cure? Legs raises his hand high to join hers. Around the circle, more hands hesitantly rise. Apple, Ballish, Wren, and Martin. Some spare Owen nervous glances, but he keeps his eyes fixed on Pearl. Good. Was anyone here sired by someone other than Scott or Jack? Avid's shaky hand raises. Shelby turned me. Pearl's eyes crease with a brief flicker of pain, but it's rapidly burned away by hard resolve. I see. In that case, we need all three of them. And they've conveniently left town the second the barrier dissipated, Cleo says, crossing her arms. Martin bares his teeth and growls. Because they knew damn well what would happen, the cowards. Don't talk about Shelby that way, Avid snaps. She probably only ran away because she was scared, which makes her a coward. Shut up, Martin, Apple sighs, elbowing him in the ribs. He whirls on her with a fierce hiss, but it cuts briefly when Owen growls with a resonant force that has every head turning in his direction. Legs very much included. Stop. None of this inviting. We have one collective goal, slay Scott Goldsmith. Nothing else matters. Scott may not be enough for all of us, Wallish says. Ava doesn't want the cure, so Shelby is fine. She never even had human blood as far as I know. But we might need to kill Pyro as well. Apple flicks a strand of hair over her shoulder. As far as I'm concerned, he's already dead. Then we hunt them both down, says Pearl. Martin huffs. And how are we meant to do that? They could go literally anywhere now that the barrier is out of commission. Drift raises her hand. Drift, Pearl says. She drops her hand with a sheepish look and rubs at the back of her neck as she says, well, when you need to track someone down without any good leads, it's best to start by thinking of everything you know about the person's usual behavior. They might cover their tracks for a while, but eventually they'll start slipping back into their habits, and that's what we can be on the lookout for. Great. Owen, you were around him longest. Of any of us here, what should we be looking out for? Owen stiffens, jaw set and eyes narrow. I spent as little time around him as possible. I'm not a good source of information. Pearl moves right along, completely unperturbed. Right then, does anyone have any ideas? He'll eventually want to settle somewhere with a lot of resources, Martin says. Noble types like him get used to a certain level of luxury. He might go without it for a while to throw us off the scent, but he'll try to claw it all back sooner or later. Scott likes castles with views, Abbott blurted. He shut his mouth and covered it with his hand, but a bit of soft coaxing from Drift gets him to quietly add, he mentioned that once. Said he would never pick a place that didn't have a decent vista. Good, Pearl nods. This is all excellent. What else? As a group, they collect every minute observation of Scott's behavior they can muster. Legs has nothing substantive to contribute. He clocked the manipulative mask very early on and largely avoided conversation with Scott when he could. And he puts no stock in anything Scott said in those few times they did end up speaking. Owen also remained silent. Legs has no idea what transpired between them, if anything, but he's well aware that Owen doesn't like Scott, never has, and likely would have killed him weeks ago if Scott weren't so much stronger than the rest of them. He spoke of it only once, during a tryst beneath a half moon when they convened at a rough shelter constructed near the lakeside beacon. I hate him, Owen said. He's so sure he knows everything about us, that he can perfectly predict exactly what we'll do, so he never needs to be worried. But he doesn't know me. He doesn't understand me at all. Legs took Owen's hand and enclosed it within both of his own. Owen gave a small laugh, broken. He can't understand. He's never felt love for anything but himself. The moon dips low on the horizon when Pearl claps her hands together and grins. baring her fangs to the shadows. I'm going to see if I can scrounge up any direct leads. If one or two of you want to join me, we can form a mobile force to track him down. Martin immediately steps forward. Pearl nods her approval. I'll pass this description around to my colleagues as well, Balish says. I can't directly involve any of you with the operation, but I'll keep in touch. Everyone else, keep your eyes out for any of the signs we discussed, and if you see something, write to my post box in the Citadel. My contacts will make sure I get the message. The group falls back into chattering amongst themselves. Legs brushes his shoulder against Owen's. Shall we? If you have any last rallying cries for speeches, let me try that again. If you have any last rallying speeches for them, now's the time, Owen murmurs. I think they've heard plenty from me, Legs replies. There comes a point when words aren't enough anymore. Now it's time for action. A ghost of a smile crosses Owen's lips. Who is here? I missed somebody coming in. Hi, Casey. How you doing? Oh, my lips are chapped. I should have brought my chapstick down with me. Ha, da, da, da. Alrighty. Let's continue. Need to get a sippy of water. Everybody have a sip, please. All right. It's a noisy bastard. I'm sorry. 13 days after. I didn't think you were the domestic type. They're at an inn a few days' journey north of Oakhurst, by carriage, or by silken wing if one is graced with the good fortune of being capable of turning into a bat. Owen sits with his bare legs sprawled across the bed, watching Legs work their clothes over a washing board. Owen's modest collection of coins are all defunct after centuries in the ground, and Legs never kept much while he traveled. He wasn't exactly seeking out people who could afford to pay him for his services, so he negotiated with the innkeeper to earn his room for himself, alongside use of their washing tub and board, and even the luxury of laundry soap. In exchange, he spent half the day giving standard physicals to every member of the innkeeper's family. It didn't bother him. This is reminiscent of what he was doing before Oakhurst, and he was happy to be able to deliver some good news for once when he determined that the innkeeper's daughter is pregnant with what will be the first grandchild. He isn't sure what Owen did while he worked. They decided before entering this little town that it would be best for Owen to remain invisible and out of sight until Legs secured a private room. Owen doesn't exactly look human at the moment, and for as much as Legs is unbothered by that, a town full of uninitiated strangers might not react well to his shock white hair and crimson eyes. But he appeared while Legs hauled in the washing tub, and now he watches over the whole affair with soft amusement. I don't usually have money to spare to pay someone else to do my washing, Legs says. If I want clean clothes to wear, I have to clean them myself. Did they teach you that in the army? He laughs. Not really, no. Right. I'm sure they had someone around who was too useless to do any fighting and got stuck washing everyone else's clothes. Legs smiles again, but somber now. No. With the turnover he saw during his service, soldiers wore their fatigues until they were buried in them. The very lucky few to survive long enough to be rotated to reserve or rest would hand off their filthy uniforms to the quartermasters, get thoroughly deloused and treated for any other number of pests or rashes, and receive freshly laundered uniforms to wear once deemed clean enough for common spaces. I don't mind it, though, he adds a moment later. My mother taught me when I was little. Doing this reminds me of her. Now it's Owen's turn to look distant and somber. He said before that his family weren't good people, and though that was following a lie about his history with the town back before he was outed as a vampire, There were enough grains of truth in what he said for Legs to believe that he wasn't making that part up. Would you like to help me? Owen looks up sharply, startled from whatever world of sadness he'd drifted into. With washing your clothes? Legs quirks a brow. Am I supposed to pretend I haven't noticed that you aren't wearing any pants? That's a coincidence. And the garment that looks suspiciously familiar to said pants suddenly appearing in my basket after you lost yours is also a coincidence, I'm sure. Owen smiles demurely. What else would it be? Get over here, you useless thing, Legs says with a laugh. I'll wash, you rinse, and hang up. Working as a pair makes the task much faster, and Legs certainly doesn't mind the proximity, nor the ease of the quiet between them. They've had many meaningful conversations over the course of their ill-advised connection, but these moments are meaningful too, the ones where they're working together without words, not because they couldn't accomplish the task alone, but because they both want to do so together. They gradually strip off their remaining clothes and put each article to the board, scouring the dirt and blood and sweat until only pristine fabric remains. The water's gone cold by the end, and in another world, Legs' fingers would have been numb and his arms would have ached from the effort. Now he dries his hands on a threadbare towel, then uses it to scrub away those same lines of grime from his bare skin without flinching from the chill. Owen watches him with overt interest. When Legs is done with the cloth, he rinses it, holds it up in an offering. Though Owen managed to keep far neater than Legs did in those final weeks, there's nothing really to clean on his body. Owen pushes the cloth aside and instead draws Legs into a deep kiss, backing him up toward the bed and following him down when his knees hit the edge and he drops to sit. It's a single bed, meant for one occupant, but they make it work. And when they're done, Owen rolls his eyes but indulgently helps Legs strip the sheets and scrub them down too. 46 days after. When they arrive at the seedy tavern beneath the alley in the rough part of the city, Owen shoots Lagundo a dubious look. Really? Here? Lagundo purses his lips and nods. Yep. He'd been warned that the tavern was a dive frequented by rougher types, but this is well beyond anything Owen would have expected from someone Lagundo knows from his army days. He'd thought soldiers were taken care of for life in exchange for their service. How did one end up working in a place like this? Several grubby men in various states of intoxication stare at them with brazen distrust as they push through the throng of bodies to reach the bar nestled in the back of the room. The ceiling is low enough Owen could reach it just by jumping, exacerbating the thick cloud of unwashed stink that permeates the place. It's disgusting, and Owen wants desperately to turn right around and exit to the cool night air outside. But a lead is a lead, and he wants Scott dead more than he wants to leave. At the bar, a woman with thin, graying hair pulled into a tight bun and a prominent burn scar warping one of her ears, peers at them for several long seconds. Well, well, she says in a gruff voice. Finally had enough of the savior of the helpless shtick? Not quite, Lagundo sighs. Hello, Nins. How have you been? Cut the shit. You didn't come all the way out here to make a small talk. Perhaps we could talk in private. Nin squints at him, then tosses the towel she'd been using to dry a glass down onto the counter. Fine. Reg, I'm taking 5. The other person behind the bar waves her off. Nin strips off her apron and slips out from behind the bar using a small gate that locks behind her. She gestures for them to follow with a jerk of her head, and Lagundo does so immediately, so Owen sticks to his side and glowers at anyone who moves into their path while trying to reach the bar. Against one wall sits a narrow door so plastered with rotting posters and graffiti that it's barely visible. Nins unlocks it with a key on a chain around her neck, and leads them down a set of cramped wooden stairs to a small room with a chest of drawers, a cracked mirror covered in dust, and a rickety table ringed with wobbly-looking stools. She plants herself on one of the stools and looks pointedly at the others until Lagundo carefully lowers himself to join her. Then she turns to squint at Owen. I'll stand, thank you. Nin scoffs and looks back to Lagundo. Who's the jailbait? Owen narrows his eyes and Lagundo breaks into a choking, wheezing laugh. Why? He doesn't know that term. It must be something that came about in the last couple of centuries. Has she insulted Owen? Is Lagundo laughing at him? He's older than me, Nins, Lagundo replies, wiping a tear from his cheek. And he's my partner. Oh. The ruffling indignation trying to build within Owen sputters at the word. His partner? What does that mean? Lagundo said it so easily. He must have meant it as a simple descriptor. They're working together toward a common goal, so partners. But there was also something warm in the way he said it, wasn't there? Or is Owen mistaking the warmth of in his own chest as coming from Lagundo? And Lagundo has just as good as outed him as a vampire to this random woman, which probably isn't ideal, but Owen honestly doesn't care whether or not humanity knows about vampirism. This Nin's woman doesn't seem perturbed by what he said either. You trust him? Is all she asks. With my life, Lagundo replies without a hint of hesitation. Wait. I assume you're here to call in your favor. I am. Lagundo withdraws a small slip of parchment paper from his jacket. Owen watched him carefully pen notes on everything they know about Scott the night before. His physical description, habits, speaking mannerisms, and what he's likely to do next. He slides the paper across the tabletop to Nins. I'm looking for someone who doesn't want to be found. Nins takes the paper and reads it over. After a minute, she sets it back on the table and gives Lagundo a hard look. The Goldsmith lineage died out centuries ago. They weren't as dead as previously advertised. Nins snorts and looks over the paper again. So I put out some feelers, make some inquiries, and what? We're just even? Yes. I would also ask that you keep a watch for him going forward, but I know that's more than you owe me, and I don't have any collateral. She sighs. All these years later, and you're still a pain in my ass. Lagundo grins, but it wavers after a moment. Nins, if you do find him, just don't approach him, okay? Don't try to make contact or detain him in any way. He is dangerous. I think I can handle a lost little nobleman, she dryly replies. But Lagundo doesn't back down. I mean it. He may look soft, but he's a threat. For him, there's no such thing as too much collateral. Noted. Come back in a week for your info. Her eyes flick back up to Owen. You be careful, boy, she says. Legs might have put his heart-eating days behind him, but if he turned up dead, you better spend the rest of your days with one eye open. Nins, Lagundo groans. Owen bristles. If anything tries to hurt him, rest assured I will rip it to pieces before he ever comes close. She studies him a moment longer, then gives him a look approaching approval and nods once. Leaving the little room is even more of an ordeal than entering it, and trying to escape from the bar gets Owen jostled into about 5 different men, one of whom makes an uncoordinated attempt to grab onto his arm and slur something unintelligible. Owen nearly snaps his wrist, shoving his hand away. Lagundo takes the lead then, forming a wedge shape with his arms and pushing through the crowd, with Owen clinging to the back of his jacket to keep from getting separated. By the time they make it outside, the mix of indignation, disgust, and overstimulation have Owen about ready to grab an axe and start swinging, if only to quiet the incessant noise. Owen grabs Lagundo's hand the second the coast is clear and drags him into the shadowed depths of the nearest alley without any bindle stiffs or drunkards hanging about. Out, he hisses. I need out. I can't. The city is so loud. I can't hear myself think. Okay. No problem. Come on, let's... He squeezes Owen's hand 3 times, a nonverbal signal for let's fly. It's easier to stomach the city from high above, but Owen is still relieved to be free of its smothering stink and bustling streets, and he can't restrain the pleased squeak that spills out at the sight of the scraggly woods outside the city walls. Segundo undoubtedly heard it and would be telling him how cute it was if they weren't trying to keep a low profile. The odds of someone overhearing at this height are low, but it's still a risk. They land in a clearing a good few miles from the border wall, and Owen has to spend several minutes filling and emptying the clean air from his lungs before the cloying city odor stops clinging to his throat. Then he lunges for a deer resting a handful of meters away and drains it on his hands and knees. Segundo approaches with his hand in his pockets and a carefully neutral expression. Doing okay? Better now, Owen replies, wiping his mouth on the back of his hand. Are all cities like that? To a degree, yes, but the Citadel is worse than most, and we were in a very active part of town. Owen settles a bit more as the blood soaks into his tissues, stating the burning in his throat and lending strength to his muscles. He pulls a strand of hair from his bangs down into view, still brown. Good. You should drink too, he says. I know you haven't been. Segundo shakes his head. I have the bottled crimson. I need to make sure I still look right when we go to meet her next week. It took almost a month for your hair and eyes to change back. Am I right again? Segundo comes to sit on his knees beside Owen. Yeah? Thought so. Felt like I tipped over the line. We can get you some glasses with colored lenses, Segundo says. I need to replace the broken lens on my monocle anyway. They make those. The colored glasses. Segundo nods. They help people who suffer constant headaches. Sometimes specific color of light can be trigger. So wearing colored lenses can filter out the bad light. I'm going to look stupid, aren't I? Not at all. They're very serious medical devices. Segundo's tone doesn't waver, but he's clearly working hard to suppress a smile. Whatever. I can just tell them I'm albino. Your skin is much darker than mine, and I'm not particularly pale. I'm a different type of albino, then. It only affects my eyes. With how many medical institutions are based in the Citadel, you might end up getting mobbed by his students, begging to study you. Owen makes a face, and this time, Segundo does smile. We'll get you dark glasses and say you're sensitive to too much light. That's a relatively common condition. Appeased, Owen sits properly and offers his hand, which Segundo takes, threading their fingers together. Legs, he says. What the hell does jailbait mean? Segundo bursts into another round of laughter, and Owen is helpless to resist the tide, pulling him to laugh too. 53 days after. Segundo returns to their temporary campsite with a grim cloud hanging over him. Owen closes his book and rises to meet him. What'd she say? Segundo opens his mouth, then shuts it. He won't meet Owen's eyes. Legs? She found him. Oh, what? The words replay in his mind on loop. She found him? Nins actually tracked him down. How is this possible? How could Scott have been so careless that he'd end up caught in a matter of weeks? A creeping, bitter dread burns the back of Owen's throat. Where? And in a day's journey northeast, Segundo replies. Okay, right then. Owen picks up his book and deposits it carefully into his bag. He has nothing else to carry. Guess we should head that way? Guess so. 54 days after. Well, maybe it'll take a while for everyone to reconvene in Oakhurst. They've had long enough to spread far and wide. Segundo only has the one bottle of holy water squirreled away in a chest buried beneath his lab. That means anyone getting cured will have to be there at the same time. Segundo wouldn't leave anyone behind, so Owen might have more time with him yet. More time to change his mind. And if he doesn't? Owen ignores the creeping voice of his anxiety. He'll think of something, find some way to show Lagunda that staying like this is the best option for him. It shouldn't be that hard. Lagunda's a man of logic, and Owen is objectively correct. Vampirism will extend Lagunda's ability to help people infinitely into the future and enable him to save so many more lives than if he were bound to mortality. Maybe he didn't find that argument compelling back in Oakhurst, but it's different now. He's actually lived it. He knows the burdens are manageable. He knows Owen will stay by his side. Maybe that's enough. Please let it be enough. The world owes him that much. Despite his strict refusal to let the doubt take over, Owen's chest squeezes with anxiety by the time they land outside the town where Scott is hiding. He forces himself to focus, digging his nails into his bicep until pinpricks of blood appear. This part won't be easy. They need to be ready. Squelch your steak? Owen asks. Lagunda holds it up in answer. Owen retrieves his own, slipping it up his sleeve and taking a long, slow breath to recenter. The harsh chill of the January air brings everything into sharp focus. The animals skittering over the frozen dirt, the distant scent of wood smoke from hundreds of hearths burning away to stave off the cold, the glinting refraction of moonlight in the frost crystals clinging to the foliage. It all soaks into Owen and connects him with his body, with the land, and with his task. He meets Lagunda's eyes, then they vanish together. There are only a handful of humans out at this hour. Most are guards dancing about in place to try and stave off the chill, and the rest are hurrying toward the warmth of their destination. Owen keeps a hand on Lagunda's shoulder to prevent their accidental separation. They'll have to take care not to make any noise with their steps once they're near the inn, and that means they won't be able to hear each other either. Owen refrains from breathing as well. Lagunda has gotten by with so little blood that he's about as cold as the rest of the air, but Owen's body has enough heat stored up that any air he inhales will come out as fog. They don't need the humans seeing a stray puff of breath and crying out over ghosts or will-o-wisps. The inn is a stout brick building with only a worn sign hanging over the door to differentiate it from the lines of residences on either side. It's good fortune that inns are counted as public spaces. Otherwise, Owen wouldn't be able to silently slide a window on the back wall open and slip inside. Waving his arms around until he finds Lagunda and taking his hand. They've entered into a dark hallway with several doors bearing numbers with chipped paint. Owen counts each of them, 8 in total. He shuts his eyes and lets his other senses take over. Scott's cloying floral scent is nowhere to be found, though that's hardly a surprise when the air is so stale and choked with humanity. Likewise, there are a dozen hearts beating and pairs of lungs drawing breath. Without a better grasp of how the rooms are laid out, it's impossible to determine which ones are silent and which contain humans. Owen is halfway to giving up the element of surprise, just ripping doors open at random when Lagunda squeezes his hand urgently and tugs him down the hall toward the front of the building. The entry is unoccupied. It's a dusty little makeshift lobby with a desk and a few mismatched chairs shoved against the opposite wall. Lagunda beelines for the desk and silently opens the old parchment book sitting to the side. Owen squints at the tiny script hand penned within, trying to resolve the curling shapes into words. Lagunda uses his other hand to gently pull Owen's forefinger out so he's pointing, then guides his finger to a specific entry in the book. That's an S, right? Fuck, he hates cursive. Learning to read print was hard enough when he was an energetic little boy more interested in climbing trees than doing his letters. But this is just... Oh, it says Scott Goldsmith. and it says he's staying in room 5. Owen squeezes Lagundo's hand to indicate he understands. Lagundo closes the book, and they creep back down the hall, pausing this time outside of the room marked with the number 5. They could look for a skeleton key or pick the lock. Owen kicks the door open instead. They're on the man in the bed in under a second, but Owen freezes with his stake raised and stares. This isn't Scott. A human with sloppily bleached hair lies trembling beneath the covers, eyes fixed on his now broken door. Owen growls, and the man jumps and whimpers in fear. He lets the invisibility fall from his form. What? What? Silence, Owen says, low and dangerous, or I will cut your tongue out. Let me try that one more time. Silence, Owen says, low and dangerous, or I'll cut out your tongue. The man shuts his mouth and nods furiously. Lagundo remains hidden while Owen drags the man by the collar to his window, opens it, and tosses him out into the alley between the inn and the neighboring house. Owen neatly leaps out after him. He waits for the window to close, indicating Lagundo has joined them, then crosses his arms and regards the quivering, sniveling thing at his feet. Who are you? It takes the man several attempts to get intelligible speech out. I'm Scott Goldsmith. Owen drops to a crouch at the man's eye level and stares him down. He cracks immediately. Okay, he offered me so much money I couldn't say no. Tell me everything, Owen growls. Some man approached me a week or so ago and offered me money. He said all I had to do was come stay at this inn for a month, dye my hair, and use the name Scott Goldsmith. He gave me way more money, way more than enough to pay for the room and food. I figured, it's suspicious, but what's the harm? It's not like I'm actually the guy, so if anyone came sniffing around, I could just split. Who paid you? I don't know. I didn't get his name. What did he look like? He had white hair, but he looked young, kind of scary. Owen's eyes narrow. What accent did he speak with? I don't know. I didn't recognize it. I'm sorry. Pyro. Was he alone? Owen demands. Yes, I swear it. Of course, that dirty, conniving, cowardly son of a bitch would send his pet fledgling in to take all the risks. Below him, the man has gone so pale and stiff, he more resembles a sheet of parchment than a human. His entire body quakes with violent shivers. The tears streaming down his cheeks are forming ice crystals at the end. Right on cue, Lagundo's invisible hand falls on Owen's shoulder. He's half tempted to kill this little rat for leading them astray and wasting their time, but Owen resists the impulse for now. Maybe he'll come back later. But Lagundo would smell the human blood on his breath, and he might not say anything, but he'll give Owen such a despondent, disappointed look, and Owen's trying to convince Lagundo to stick around, not drive him away. So he crosses his arms, takes a step back, and says, if you ever breathe a word of what you saw tonight, I will rip your intestines out and strangle you with them. Now get out of my sight. The man flips onto his stomach and desperately scrambles against the cobblestone for several seconds. He scrapes his bare palms and feet in the process of getting to his feet, and Owen's resolve nearly breaks from the scent of fresh blood so near. But he roots himself in place, stares until the human rounds the corner of the building and disappears. 63 days after. Though it would seem Scott Goldsmith has suddenly become a very popular name indeed, we will continue to investigate any use of it on the off chance he's attempting to camouflage by introducing many false positives. Do not hesitate to reach out should you desire support in your search. Best regards, Pearl. Legs keeps his face frozen in a neutral mask and nods slowly. Owen sets the letter down on the table and reaches across it to take one of Legs's hands. You okay? Of course, he replies. Owen frowns. You don't have to lie to me, Legs. I know, I'm just processing. Okay. Owen doesn't push the issue, but Legs feels his watchful gaze keeping a careful eye on him for the rest of the evening. 89 days after. A minor setback is still a setback. Any effort towards progress will have its share of failures. Legs reminds himself of this over and over while he crosses out yet another circled town from the map Pearl sent. Where to next, Doctor? Owen's voice revives some of the optimism struggling to survive in Legs's heart. When Owen places one hand on Legs's shoulder and the other on the desk so he can lean down to study the map, Legs leans into him, wrapping an arm around his hips and taking a moment to appreciate the heat beneath his skin. Well, I was thinking we could keep heading north. Pearl and Martin seem to have a handle on the greater Citadel area, so we should spread our search. There are a lot of castle ruins up there in the stone coast. He does love castles. Legs cracks a smile. I've never seen the ocean. That should be interesting. Wait, really? Owen glances at Legs and quirks a brow. Before this, I'd never left Oakhurst. It's easy to forget that Legs is far more traveled than the average person, but Owen is far from average in just about every regard. With the weight he carries in the slump of his shoulders and the darkness sunken into his eyes, he could easily pass for someone who had lived a full life, several of them, in fact. But he's barely lived 24 years. Never mind the 200 he spent in fitful sleep. Those don't count. Despite his wisdom and wariness, Owen is young and inexperienced in this world. In that case, Legs says, redirecting his focus to the left edge of the map, we should go west. The beaches there are sandy, and you should walk on a sandy beach for your first ocean experience. Owen smiles with a fond indulgence. 94 days after. It gets a little easier to shake off the cloying film of dread when he can watch Owen's face light up with joy and wonder. Legs insisted they make the last several miles of the journey on foot for just this reason, and it was well worth the teasing he received for being a sap. As they crest the last hill and come into a glorious and full view of the moon sitting over the ocean, Owen actually gasps and sits frozen in place for several seconds, only able to sweep his head from side to side and take in the expanse of sea stretching out across the horizon. Oh, he eventually murmurs, barely audible over the roaring waves below, even to Legs's superior hearing. I've seen paintings and illustrations in books, but I didn't know it would be like this. Legs grins. Bigger than you were expecting? Yeah, it's massive. Owen glances at him briefly, but his eyes are quickly drawn back to the sea. And those waves, they're huge. The swells further out can grow to be dozens of feet. And people sail on that? Legs laughs. They don't usually aim to sail on those waves, but it does occasionally happen, yes. Owen shakes his head and grins. Sounds thrilling. Maybe we'll get the chance to experience it. If Scott is off continent, we'll have to sail. The options for a voyage are extremely limited by their lack of funds. They would either have to stow away on a cargo ship, which would mean weeks spent sitting in the darkness below deck, or they would pay their way onto a cramped passenger vessel where they'd be surrounded by people and given no privacy for the duration of the trip, which would mean they couldn't drink, and they would have to pretend to be human the entire time. Scott had better still be on the continent. Come on, you should try standing in the waves. Owen lets Legs take his hand and lead him down the hill, descending through the scrubby shrubs and wind-swept bushes. The dirt beneath their feet gradually yields to sand, and when a section gives way unexpectedly beneath Legs' left foot, they end up scrambling the last several feet together, still linked by their hands. Owen bursts into delighted laughter and pulls Legs on until they're both running for the surf. Legs makes him stop so they can strip off their shoes and socks and leave them in the safety, dried section of the beach. Then he rolls up Owen's pant legs for him. Owen seems a bit flustered by that, but he doesn't protest, and he quickly returns the favor. They walk over the transition from soft, silky sand to the hard, dense stuff soaked with ocean water. Owen's lips part slightly as he tastes the air, and Legs wishes his hair was down from its usual tied style so he could see how it whips about in the breeze. Then he remembers how much Owen likes it when Legs removes the hair tie while they're enjoying each other's company, and he takes a risk. The look he gets from Owen when he slips the hair tie out of his hair and onto his own wrist is soft in the sea's reflection of the moonlight. He is somehow impossibly more beautiful in this cold, gentle glow, and Legs remains fixated on him long after Owen's gaze returns to the horizon. Loose hair frames his face and flows out behind him in silky waves. He looks younger, less sharp, and less exhausted, and when the surf rises to meet him and submerges them up to the ankles, his entire face lights up with a broad, unbridled grin. "It's so cold," he cries, shouting to be heard above the purr of the waves. "I love you," Legs says. Oh, that's what he said. He hadn't planned on saying it, hadn't thought to say anything at all, but the words bubbled up from somewhere primal, somewhere shielded from rational thought, and he knows instantly and irrevocably that they are true. He loves Owen. He's in love with Owen. Night, Z. Owen, who lied and manipulated, who slaughtered thousands, who pledged to do the same to everyone in Oakhurst. Owen, who admitted the truth readily once confronted with evidence, who stopped hiding and stated his intent plainly and even explained why. Owen, who was betrayed by his community over and over again, who suffered horrifically for his entire life, who met precisely one person who proved himself worthy of his love, and who saw that person burn for it. Owen, who said if the same thing happened to Legs, he would repeat the apocalyptic, grief-mad destruction that followed the flame. Who found a copy of the play Legs quoted and read it cover to cover. Who held his hand while he fed from Legs and held Legs in his arms and let him scream and cry into his chest after his mortality was stolen. Who indulges his ramblings about interesting medical cases with active curiosity, who never questions his choice to feed as little as possible, only from animals clearly on the way out already, who smiles at him like he's something worth holding on to. For a perpetual moment, Legs waits for Owen's reaction, but there is none. Of course not. He barely spoke above the whisper, and his words were concealed by the roar of the ocean. He considers repeating them louder, unmistakable this time, but the ease with which Owen leaps from foot to foot and splashes through the water stays his tongue. Owen has spoken only rarely of Lewis, but Legs has heard enough to know that there was love between them, that when Lewis offered Owen immortality, he also offered a promise that Owen would never be alone again. The echoes of that loss sometimes ripple over him in idle moments and leave Owen seized, hunched over with an agony he cannot articulate, and nothing Legs can do will soothe the pain. Grief demands to be felt. To deny it is to deny the love from which it came, and Owen would never willingly do that. Legs wouldn't ask him to. So he doesn't ask now. He doesn't lay bare his heart and force Owen to take the burden of Lex's feelings when his own already weigh so heavily upon his shoulders. Perhaps there will come a time when the pain has lessened and Owen's heart isn't so guarded. If Legs is truly lucky, perhaps that time will arrive before he reclaims his humanity and immutably turns his back on an eternity spent at Owen's side. For as much as he may love Owen, the facts have not changed. Legs is wholly and completely unworthy of infinity, and he cannot bear the idea that the sins of his past could be rewarded with endless time to inevitably repeat them. He will serve as many people as he can, and then he will die. That's the mantra that keeps him from letting go of the iron railings and plummeting into the water below. That's the promise he will not fail to keep. He watches Owen skip through the surf, helps him scour the shallows for shells, teaches him how to dig for clams. And the simple joy he is privileged to witness is more than enough to fill his heart and banish any darkness looming on the horizon. 73,423 days before. Learning to trust is painful. Everything is painful, but this, more than most, leaves him shaking and exhausted, staring at his sallow, sunken face in the grimy mirror he uses to make sure every boil and sore is covered before he leaves each morning. He looks half dead. He looks more alive than he's ever seen himself. There's warmth in his cheeks, light in his eyes, even as his lungs struggle to draw full, as his heart stammers in its beating. He is alive, and he is human in a way he has never seen before, because for the first time, someone has looked upon him and judged him not as a sinner paying a karmic debt through agonies of the flesh, and not as an object of pity to be propped up and used for appearances. Someone has seen him, the person beneath the linens, the mind to think and a heart to feel and a soul to ache with loneliness. But no longer, because they are going to meet again tomorrow. The creature in the mirror grins, and he grins with it. 73,270 days before. 4, 5, 6, 7. 73,201 days before. 872, 873, 874, 875, 6, 7, and 9. 73,186 days before. 2,797, 2,798, 2,799. Now more beating hearts. 73,185 days before. It's quiet, and he is alone. 99 days after. On nights like these, Owen wishes desperately that vampires truly were the unfeeling, brutal creatures Abbott always ranted about in the early days. It would all be so much easier if he didn't have to feel. But Abbott was wrong, and Owen does in fact have to feel. He has to feel all of it. The rage, the grief, the pain that robs him of breath and licks tongues of burning flame up his insides while the scent of ash chokes him. Those he doesn't mind. They're unbearable, of course, but they're also right. Familiar, deafening echoes of the reality he lived every single day before Lewis. Just the thought of him sends powerful pangs through Owen's chest. After the blood congealed and the last bodies began gathering black flies, Owen buried himself beneath the earth and waited for death to take him. He'd spent a month slaughtering every man, woman, and child, sparing no one, relishing their suffering and fear, making them pay for what they had all collectively allowed to happen to a good and moral man, and all he wanted was the end. Instead, he slept. Roots grew and crawled around his frozen body. Seasons passed. The darkness swallowed him completely, refusing to release him from its hollow grip, and instead carving out a space inside his shattered heart and making a home there, promising that he would live ever on with this unyielding emptiness within. Then the mycelium whispered of trespassers crossing his resting grounds, and Owen rose, still furious, still grieving, and still hollow. He hadn't planned for much. Kill everyone who dared disturb the ash, to stand where he once stood, and then find out what it took to end a vampire. The newcomers did not flinch away or stare at his ghastly body like people had before, but they didn't see him either. They saw what they wanted to, an empty copy of an equally empty man, easily shaped into an enemy once his true nature was revealed. Except Lugundo. This could all have been so simple if it weren't for Lugundo. How was Owen to know that there could ever be another person willing to look at him, the real him, and not only tolerate him, but actually like him? To see value in his personhood, to risk his life over and over for the slimmest chance that he might be allowed close enough to help. How could he have predicted that this lovely, stubborn, compassionate, relentless man would come to love him? When he heard those words uttered barely audibly against the backdrop of the ocean's roar, it was immediately obvious that Lugundo had not meant to say them aloud. So Owen didn't let him see his eyes, So Owen didn't let his eyes linger. He didn't let anything show on his face or hold power over his body. He pushed the words away and sunk himself completely into the moment, and it's only now, 5 days later, that he's finally allowing himself to process them. Lugundo loves him. Why? In the totality of his life, what the fuck has Owen done to deserve that? Lewis loved you, he reminds himself, and Lewis paid dearly for that love, didn't he? No. No, Lewis paid because Owen tried to take more, because he accepted all of Lewis's kindness and warmth and offered nothing in return. He was meant to be alone, and Lewis had the misfortune of meeting him, and now he's dead and gone and scattered into pieces so small even vampiric eyes can't see them. He's gone. The men who burned him are gone. The people who gathered to watch him burn are gone. The people who sat by and let him burn are gone. Who's left? Who's left to carry the blame? Just him, alone, always and always and always. Maybe Lugundo loves him now, but he's still searching hard for Scott, for the cure, because the idea of being what Owen is and staying with him is so untenable that Lugundo would rather wither and die a mortal death. Owen is a temporary convenience, a means to an end. Lugundo loves him because he's here, and the moment he has better options, he'll leave Owen. But the idea is sour in his mouth. No, Lugunda wouldn't do that. He isn't shallow and he isn't cruel. No matter what Owen fears, he can't help but trust that Lugunda would not do any of those things to him. It isn't who he is in character nor deed. And it isn't fair to deny Lugunda his pain. He's suffered too, horribly, unspeakably, in ways that woke him from thrashing nightmares, drenched in sweat, gasping before he was turned, and leave him staring blank and haunted into the sky more recently. How could Owen possibly blame him for yearning to escape that agony? Isn't that exactly what he wanted when he buried himself in the cold earth? Owen doesn't want him to die. He can't even bear the mere thought of it. So what will he do when Lugunda throws away the gift for good? Too complicated. He can't untangle that now. Maybe not ever. Not even when it actually happens. The more pressing issue remains those accidental words that ripped Owen's chest open and laid bare his most closely guarded fears. It's too soon. Not for Lugunda. They've been entangled for months, and he has a big heart. Too soon for the embers Too soon for the glowing depths of the embers still smoldering within Owen. He tries to think of what he feels for Lugunda, to analyze and assess the depths of his emotions, and all he can sense is Lewis's gaze peering through hundreds of years to watch him move on as if nothing ever happened. Despicable. That's what Owen is. Lugunda loves him, and if he knows what's good for himself, he will take the first opportunity to run as far and as fast as he can. And if he doesn't, I'd do it again if it was for you. If he doesn't and Owen ends up alone again, he's going to make 2,799 look like a very small number. 118 days after. The sandy shores of the west gave way to craggy cliffs and pebble beaches as they traced the northern curve of the continent. Now Owen sits perched at the top of a crumbling turret, surveying the stretch of what used to be structure flowing down the cliffside. Lugunda assures him these buildings were grand and beautiful once, says there are books with copies of old drawings and paintings made during the height of this place's success. Owen doubts seeing those images would change the way he views it. Once he sees the bones of a thing, he's unable to see anything else, no matter how dressed up it may be. Seabirds call and glide lazily in the wind blowing in from the water. Owen could join them if he wanted, but bat wings aren't much suited for gliding, and he isn't in the mood to fight against nature. He's content to lounge in his perch with one leg dangling into the void below, and the other splayed casually across Lugundo's lap. He sits with his back to the wall, perpendicular to Owen, and a book resting against Owen's knee. Owen could reach out and touch him if he wanted, could take his cheek in one hand, lean over and kiss him, tug at his collar, spread soft kisses over skin chilled by the ocean air. But he's content to let the moment hold and appreciate the simple pleasure of proximity. They are bound by no urgency, pushed by no crisis, and beholden to no deadline. The only thing Owen needs to do is watch his partner turn the next page. 129 days after. Much as Legs yearns to give Owen the strongest possible first impression of live theater, he ultimately decides against Shakespeare's best works and instead tows him into a town showing Much Ado About Nothing. That's no shame to his tragedies, of course. Legs can't exactly fault a tragic hero, can he? But he fears the likes of Hamlet or Macbeth or even The Tempest might further fuel Owen's misanthropy, which is kind of the opposite of his goal at this point. A Midsummer Night's Dream hosts too high a risk that Owen will be annoyed with the fantastical elements, and Twelfth Night and As You Like It aren't especially grounded either. So, much ado about nothing is the safest bet. The penny groundling tickets won't cut it. Legs spends a good chunk of their modest wallet on proper cushioned seats in the balconies with a good view of the stage. It's worth it to see Owen relax. Some of the turns of phrase confuse him, but Owen smiles through the show and never seems bored even as the antics escalate, and Legs feels something close to drunk on the relief of it. He relaxes too, though he doesn't spend much time watching the stage. His focus is all for how Owens lights up when he laughs. After, as they are walking back, Owen threads their fingers together and leans into Legs' side. Thank you for this. I had fun. I'm glad. I guess that Shakespeare guy can write a half-decent play after all. Good for him. Don't let the theater crowd overhear you say that. He'll start a riot. Owen gives him a sidelong grin. That wasn't an invitation. Ooh, you never let me have any fun. The words lose their edge when they're called around a smile, even more so when Owen caps them off by pulling Legs into a kiss. 142 days after. The Spring Equinox Festival brings crowds of merchants, performers, and tourists alike to the streets of every major city on the continent. The Citadel is bound to have the largest celebration, but even the small coastal city of Cape Brine manages to pull in an extra 15,000 or so from neighboring towns and villages. Extra people getting drunk and rubbing elbows means extra demands for doctors when the escapades and fights get out of hand. So Legs volunteers his services at one of the clinics and even accepts payment for his work. Money has little appeal to him, but he has something in mind for the main festival night, and he's going to make sure he can execute it to his exact vision. While Legs works cleaning and stitching wounds and repairing broken bones, Owen makes his way through the taverns and inns, using the natural charm that comes so easily to him to fish for information about Scott. Each night, they reconvene at the inn near the edge of town where they're staying, and Owen reports his findings, or really, his lack thereof. We should move on, Owen sighs. There aren't even any fake Scott goldsmiths this far north. All right, but tomorrow. I want to go into town tonight. Owen quirks a brow. What for? Did you celebrate the spring equinox in Elkhurst? No. Well, yes, but I never did personally. I wasn't welcome. Legs drops to his sit beside him on the foot of the bed and takes one of his hands between both of his own. I'd love to go with you if you'll have me. Owen gives him a funny look for a brief moment. Owen gives him a funny look for a moment too brief for Legs to identify it. Then he nods slowly. I guess I wouldn't be opposed. But aren't festivals usually for getting drunk and eating street food? Neither of which are activities they can enjoy, but Owen doesn't need to say that part. That's certainly a big part of it, but there's also performances. Owen smiles indulgently. Another play? Something like that, Legs replies, standing and pulling Owen up with him. Owen allows it, particularly when Legs uses the momentum to pull him in for a kiss. Don't wear anything you're super attached to, though. Owen laughs and puts on an air of mock horror. Just what kind of performance will we be seeing, Doctor? It's not the performance I'm worried about. I've had 8 drinks spilled on me in the last 2 days, and drinks aren't even allowed in the clinic. Huh? They both change. Legs out of his medical garb, and Owen out of the modest but nicer quality clothes he picked up shortly after they left Oakhurst. Owen pulls his hair up and ties it, and Legs immediately misses the sight of it flowing down around his shoulders. It's not the end of the world. If all goes well, he'll have the opportunity to let it down himself soon enough. The streets this far out from the main square are sparsely populated. Legs takes Owen's hand and guides him through the alleyways to an empty spot away from any prying eyes, then squeezes his hand 3 times. Owen blinks and shoots him a confused look. Legs leans in to nearly press his lips against Owen's ears. Trust me. Owen nods. They bat out, and Owen sticks close. As they draw closer to the main square, the thrumming music and rumbling crowds vibrate the air and make it actively difficult to navigate. Legs is glad he took the time to scope this place out early, or he might have gotten lost in the noise. He manages, steering them to one of the tall stone buildings. The roof is flat and high enough up that when they land in the center, even the highest windows on adjacent buildings don't have a view of them changing back into their normal forms and straightening. Owen glances around and turns to Legs, waiting for the explanation of why he's brought them to a random rooftop. Legs checks his watch. Almost. Right on cue, the band set to perform on the top floor of the building strikes up and begins to play a bouncing, energetic tune. Cries of delight filter through the open windows, but they're barely audible over the music, which shakes the very stone beneath their feet. Owen breaks into a broad grin and laughs. Legs grins back and leans in close to make sure he can be heard as he calls, "I had to drop a small fortune just to get access to this place to make sure it would be safe for us to fly in." "Can anyone else get up here?" Owen calls back. Legs grins and shakes his head, pulling a small key from his jacket pocket. "Lock the hatch." They're alone together beneath the sparse stars, with the glow of colored festival lights from below and the hum of music all around. Legs offers his hand. "Dance with me." Enough warmth gathers in Owen's face to tint his cheeks, which is a rare sight against his natural skin tone. Normally, he has to be much better fed for the blush to show. I don't really know how," he says. "Then we'll take it slow," Legs replies. "I think you'll pick it up quickly." Owen hesitates a moment longer, then places his hands in Legs's, meets his gaze, and nods. Legs is right. Owen follows his lead to sway across the surface of the roof in tempo with the lively beat below, and when Legs introduces simple step work while counting quietly aloud, Owen's gaze sharpens and he copies the sequence perfectly on his first try. Perhaps it's the counting. Perhaps it's some aspect of vampirism lending additional agility. Perhaps it's just Owen's own untapped natural talent. It could be anything. But what's clear by the end of the third song is that Owen is very skilled at moving his body with graceful precision. They pause so Legs can teach him the steps to every dance he knows, and Owen watches each demonstration with rapt focus, then replicates them flawlessly. Then the next song starts, and Owen launches them into a tango. Legs stumbles to match his pace, which is double what the tempo requires, and he nearly trips at first as he briefly forgets he taught Owen the leading steps. But they fall into synchronization within a few bars. Every spin and turn lights up Owen's smile with the flashing colors from the street, and when he dips Legs so low Legs lets out a reflexive yelp, Owen laughs, utterly unself-conscious and with irresistible joy. It's wonderful and thrilling. His lover's touch lights up his skin and his laugh swells Legs' heart. For the first time in a long time, he loses that ever-present awareness of the lack. Who cares if his body is the same temperature as the air? If his heart sits still and dormant in his chest? If his lungs don't pump air in and out to oxygenate his blood? Why should he be sorry his knees don't burn and his hips don't ache as they fly across the roof in a flurry of intricate steps? What exactly is so bad about feeling lighter than air with the man he loves gripping him tighter, pulling him closer, closing as much distance between them as he possibly can? A few blocks down, a firework explodes into dazzling bursts of creaming color. But it isn't a firework. It's 7,972 days before. A mortar shell bursts overhead, spraying a halo of shrapnel that rips through soft flesh and tears bones like they're paper. The screams cannot pierce the ringing in his ears but he knows they're present all the same. What else is there to do in the face of such agony? Hot, thick blood sprays into his face, and he turns away, holds his hands up feebly against the onslaught, hiding from what he knows he will find when he eventually forced to look. It is as he expects. Of his group, 15 came to the front, and only 6 were lucky enough to die instantly. 4 lay broken and weeping tears and blood alike into the unforgiving mud. 3 are visibly injured but still mobile, still struggling to come to the aid of those who might still be saved. He alone stands uninjured. But no, wait. 6 dead, 4 on their way, 3 injured, and him. That makes 14? He turns to the source of the blood dripping down his face and finds a young man with gaunt features and dark eyes. Colors dance over his face, and his mouth moves, but the sounds are still swallowed by the ringing. His lips are forming a word. What is it? Is he saying, Doctor? His knees give out, but Legs only makes it a few inches before Owen catches him. They're still pressed tightly together from the dance, and Owen sinks down with him, lowering them to their knees on the stone rooftop. Right, the festival, the spring equinox festival, and his plan. His plan with Owen, who is no longer laughing and having fun dancing because, oh shit, Legs mumbles, brows knitting. Ugh, fireworks. Owen rushes. They're just fireworks, Lagundo. You're okay. We aren't in any danger. No, I know. I'm fine. It surprised me. Another shell detonates, spraying them in technicolor light. Legs grits his teeth and hunches in on himself. We're getting you out of here, Owen says. Legs opens his mouth to protest, but yet another firework goes off, closer this time, and he thinks he might actually throw up if they stay up here. He doesn't know if vampires are even physically capable of vomiting, but he isn't eager to find out. Not this way, at least. Can you fly? Legs shakes his head. That's okay. I brought along some bottles of crimson, just in case we wanted some. If you drink these, will you gain enough energy to go invisible? That? Yes. He can manage that. Legs nods. Okay. You'll drink these then. We'll both go invisible, and I'll carry you back to the inn. Does that sound right? Further, Legs grunts, finding himself unable to string together more complex communication. The cliffs? Please. Sure, no problem. Here, let me. Owen uncorks one of the bottles and holds it to Legs' lips. Legs parts them and lets Owen tip the bottle's contents down his throat. As always, he refuses to permit himself to enjoy the experience of drinking blood. It is a utilitarian necessity, a means to an end, and nothing more. But unlike always, this blood did not come from an animal staggered by sickness or age. This is pure and sweet with potential, and it chases out the cloying thirst that has hung perpetually over Legs for more than 4 months now. When the first bottle runs out, the second replaces it near instantly, but that fraction of a second of downtime has him itching to search out more. He gets a grip on himself by the time he finishes the second bottle, and with it, Legs shudders at the waves of tingling warmth traveling through his body. Think you're going to go invisible now? Owen asks. Legs considers the question while he searches himself, taking stock, quickly finds what he's looking for. The place in his mind where the power lives like a new muscle just waiting to be engaged. He does so, and his skin prickles in a sweeping ripple of shadow. Owen stands and scoops Legs up into his arms. It should feel a little ridiculous to be carried by someone several inches shorter and significantly lighter than him, but the embarrassment burns away under the intensity of the relief and security of Owen's lithe frame supporting him. Legs closes his eyes. The air rushes around them as Owen leaps from rooftop to rooftop, keeping legs tucked securely against his chest even as he lands without a sound. Gradually, the noise of the festival muffles and tapers off until the wind is all he can hear. It lingers even after they come to a standstill. Owen lowers them to the ground, keeping legs sitting sideways in his lap with one arm wrapping around his back and the other resting over his thighs. Legs peers through his lashes and vaguely recognizes the form of the coastal cliffs sprawling out into the dark. Hey, Owen murmurs, brushing the back of his hand against Legs's cheek. Doing better. Legs nods and leans into him. Do you want to talk about it? He shakes his head. That's all right. I'm here with you regardless. Legs draws the sea brine air through his lips, letting it pass over his tongue and banish the ghost of bitter mud and gunpowder. When he opens his eyes fully, he's brittle, but he's present. Sorry, he murmurs. I've never been to one where they did fireworks. It's not usually part of the festival. Nothing to be sorry about, Doctor. Still, Legs burns with the indignity of it, of being rendered so helpless by a simple sound that he had to be literally carried away in his partner's arms. He's a grown man. This is ridiculous. But finding it ridiculous won't stop it from being true. It'll only make him angry with himself as well as the situation, and that doesn't help anyone. And Legs does not make a habit of permitting himself to do things that don't help anyone. He struggles for the words, then casts them aside, clambers to his feet, and offers Owen his hand. Owen takes it and lets Legs pull him upright. Legs keeps hold of his hand and places the other on Owen's shoulder, and Owen picks up quickly, sliding his own free hand to Legs's waist. Legs is not a musician, but he's decent enough at matching pitch. He hums the first song he can think of, some old folk song he's heard 1,000 times from many musicians through open windows, muffled from outside of concert hall doors, or sung, whistled, and even tapped against whatever flat surface was available to hold a beat. Owen listens at first, then seems to decide this particular tune calls for less of a coordinated series of steps and more of a gentle swaying. That suits Legs just fine. Less to think about while he's trying to keep his place in the song. When he reaches the end of the song, there's a lull, and then Owen begins humming. The tune is wholly unfamiliar to Legs. It's something slow and despondent, but with lilting flickers of light where Owen pauses to spin Legs or dip him while his voice rises to the top of his natural range. He wavers on those highs at first, but by the end of the song he holds through them easily, and Legs privately determines he won't let Owen leave his life until he's heard him truly sing. Legs picks another song, then Owen picks one, then Legs picks one they both know, and Owen joins in. They dance until the pre-dawn sky blushes orange and gold. 145 days after. Owen sticks close for the next few days. He tells himself it's just out of an abundance of caution, and that works at first, but then he holds the front door of the inn open for Lagundo, and Lagundo gives him this heart-meltingly tender look. Owen spends the next several hours doing anything he can think of to put that look back onto Lagundo's face. And that's a bit too much to deal with, so he hooks an arm around Lagundo's waist and suggests they go out into the woods so Owen can teach him how to throw axes. That goes well. Owen's focus turns to instruction and performance of a skill he's honed through over a decade of practice, and Lagundo is a diligent and attentive student. After a few demonstrations, he steps aside to let Lagundo try to hit the wood-rounded targets. He isn't too bad. After some adjustments to throwing stance and form, he starts hitting the targets. A few dozen more throws, and he's able to consistently hit the same spot. Now you have to learn to adjust your aim. It's obvious, but Lagundo still nods like Owen just gave him a hint toward the secret of the universe. They fall into a rhythm. Gundo throws the axes. Thud, thud, thud. Owen goes to retrieve them and gives them back. With feedback. The Gundo throws again. Owen retrieves. The Gundo throws the axe with perfect form and releases at just the right time, and it completes one beautiful spin before lodging directly in the bullseye. He stares in disbelief, then turns to Owen with a massive grin and a bubbling, excited laugh, and fuck. Owen loves him. Owen loves him. He loves Lagundo. How could he let this happen? Owen grins back, laughs with him, meets him with a kiss when he returns from retrieving the axe, and internally, the unstoppable force of his feelings slams into the immovable object of the reality of their situation over and over and over, ending the world, putting it back together, and ending it again. It does not matter if Owen loves Lagundo. Lagundo is still going to leave him. Lewis is still dead and burned. Owen is still alone. But he doesn't feel alone. Not when Lagundo holds him close, tucks the stray hair loose from the tie behind his ear, and studies him like a masterwork painting. Not when Lagundo eggs him on until he shows off a little and sinks 3 axes dead center into the wood rounds they've propped up in the trees, one right after the other. Not when Lagundo cheers and claps and kisses him in congratulations that escalate until they're both half bare to the woods with hands wandering to every intimate place and lips forming perfect sounds of pleasure. That night, while Lagundo lies resting in bed, Owen excuses himself to hunt and spends several hours punching trees until his fists leave bloody streaks across the bark. The pain can't hold a candle to his fear. How is he supposed to do this? How is he supposed to do any of this? I wish I could talk to you, he whispers, clutching at the tree trunk stained with his terror, while the scrapes across his knuckles knit themselves back together. I wish you could tell me what you want me to do. Owen knows Lewis was a kind and devoted man. He knows that in all likelihood, Lewis would not fault him for finding safety in the arms of another. But if he can accept that he knows this, then he must also accept that he knows how Lewis would feel about what Owen did to Oakhurst when his pyre burnt out. That's a pain too searing to face. So he's stuck. In love, furious with himself for it, and pretending he isn't acutely aware of what Lewis would think of him now. Who could blame him for pulling away? 146 days after. The weather is beautiful. Do you want to go for a walk? No, but thank you. I'm right in the middle of this. Oh, right, of course. We can always go later. Maybe another day. You should go and enjoy it while it lasts, though. Goodness knows you spend enough time holed up in the clinics. Are you sure? Yes. Okay. I'll be back in a bit. I'll be here. 148 days after. It's a special kind of agonizing to lie beside Lagundo with every desperate, screaming impulse within, chanting and begging and pleading with Owen to just tell him. Tell him. Tell him. It would be so easy. Owen opens his mouth and no sound escapes into the darkness between them. What a wretched, greedy thing he is. Unforgivable. When Lagundo's eyes went wide and reflected the dazzling colors bursting in the sky above, he went somewhere far away, and it took Owen calling his name 9 times to bring him back. 3, 4, 5 firework shells burst, and the danger was imagined, but the panic was real. Owen tasted the edges of those memories when Lugundo offered his blood. The colors and the sounds made little sense, but the pervading stench of death and rot mixed with the soul-deep horror that claimed every square centimeter of his body lingered in Owen like a bad hangover for hours. Only the strongest memories seep through with feeding, and people are hardwired to remember fear best. So he supposes it makes a poetic sort of sense that this moment of acute suffering would be the only one they shared. What right would Owen have to Lugundo's joy, to his triumphs, his victories, his contentment and peace? No, it had to be the worst day of his life, or it would be nothing at all. That's what he saw reflected on Lugundo's face when the fireworks went off. Things improved once they were out of the city and into the peace and stillness beyond, but Lugundo has been walking heavier since then. It's in the subtle things, the way his shoulders hunch ever so slightly inward, and how he takes an extra quarter of a second to look when Owen tries to get his attention. It worries him, and that worry just makes everything worse. Tell him, the traitor voice whispers. But tell him what? That Owen loves him? That Owen knows Lugundo loves him too? That Owen's thoughts still drift to Lewis the moment he's left alone? That he still loves Lewis, still aches for him? Anything. Tell him anything. Owen's shaking fingers find the familiar divots in the side of his neck. He slips out of bed, and Lugundo does not stir. Things are easier by himself. No one tries to push their expectations onto him. No one is disappointed when he fails to live up to them. Lewis would hate him for what he's become. Owen took his gift and used it to destroy everything he built, then tried to escape into the nothingness of death, only to reawaken and help a true monster do it all again. He's just like the romantic fools in the books Lewis let him borrow, lovesick and useless, begging for scraps of meaning from the cold, uncaring universe. Lugundo cares, and you care. But not about everyone. Not about the community he decimated, certainly, nor the one he betrayed when he awoke anew. Not about the millions of strangers that would jump at the opportunity to hate him and shut him out. Lewis and Lugundo are different. They both cared first. Reciprocity is easier than blind faith. And yes, Lewis would probably hate him for what he did to Oakhurst, but Lugundo doesn't. He knows what Owen did, and yet he still treats him with such gentle kindness. But not himself. He told Owen once that he doesn't deserve immortality, that his only path to atonement for what he did in his youth is to serve the world and eventually be removed from it, leaving it better off in his absence. Owen wouldn't be better off for his absence. If he tells Lugundo that he needs him, that he loves him, it might be enough to convince Lugundo to stay. And it might not. He walks several miles into the sprawling woods and turns his face toward the stars, breath coming in ragged, panting lungfuls. I don't know what to do, he rasps. Please, please, just tell me what I'm supposed to do. The night air gives no reply. 150 days after. Legs keeps silent and still while Owen slips soundlessly back into bed beside him. Vampires don't truly sleep, but they can enter a state of dissociation from their surroundings akin to a deep meditative trance with enough focus, and Legs keeps this part of his routine in one of many bids to retain as much normalcy as possible. Tonight, he did not enter the trance. He waited in the stillness and the quiet until Owen returned from whatever calls him to the desert. From whatever calls him to desert their bed each night. And the moment Owen settles beneath the blanket, Legs steels himself and speaks. Did I do something wrong? Owen doesn't flinch or stiffen. He doesn't react at all. Several seconds pass before he replies, I don't know what you mean. Owen? Silence from the other side of the bed. If I understand if seeing me break down was too much, he says, fighting to keep the words level and stable. I'm usually better about avoiding triggers, but I didn't know. No, Vex, what in the world are you talking about? You've been avoiding me. Vent? Legs shuts his eyes and sighs. Owen, please, just tell me what's wrong so I can fix it. It's nothing. This isn't... His mouth goes dry and his heart sinks. It's distantly mesmerizing how his body mimicking these physiological responses. Are they just echoes of sensation, like pain in a phantom limb? It's a fascinating question, but he doesn't indulge his desire to run away from the present by retreating into the theoretical. Was it the festival? No. The force and immediacy of Owen's reply offers at least some relief, but it's tempered by the knowledge that he still does not yet understand what's driving Owen away. Then, can you tell me what it is? He turns his head to face Owen, who lies on his back, staring up at the ceiling. A war plays out on his face. He struggles for a long while, then tilts his own head so he can meet Legs's gaze. Why are you okay with it? The confusion must show on his face. Owen clarifies. What I did after I woke up the first time. After Lewis. 2,799. I'm not okay with it exactly, Legs says, but I accept that it happened. There's no way to change that. But surely it must bother you, Owen insists. I mean, yes. I'm not happy with it. But trauma makes us do things we wouldn't normally even consider, and new vampirism only exacerbates the emotional pain. Owen makes a sound of frustration and plants the heel of his palm over one eye. I don't get you. Legs's lips part, but he makes himself wait for Owen to continue. You're so burdened by whatever you did in the war. You say you don't deserve immortality, even though it means having the chance to save countless lives. But when you hear about how I slaughtered thousands of people, you just forgive me and tell me to do better in the future. What's different about us? How am I supposed to accept that you really don't hold it against me when you clearly still hold it against yourself? Legs swallows past the burning in his throat. He reaches for Owen with a delicate touch, giving him plenty of time to brush his hand away, but he doesn't. He lets Legs take his cheek and guide him to turn fully onto his side, to slip the hand over his eye, to thread with Legs's and rest on the mattress between them. It's different because you actually had a personal stake in what happened, Legs murmurs. It wasn't right. I don't think it was a proportionate response, Ian. And I don't think you do either. Not completely. Owen purses his lips but says nothing. You were deeply and personally wronged by your community. When they pushed you over the edge, you pushed back hard. It makes sense. It was awful and tragic, but at least it makes sense. He draws a breath, steadies himself. What I did, it had nothing to do with me. I wasn't an active agent in a conflict. I was a weapon used to slaughter thousands of innocents for a war to make wealthy men even wealthier. And I was good at it. I took pride in it. I followed orders like a good little soldier, and I destroyed entire communities without ever once knowing why. I poisoned water supplies. I destroyed food stockpiles. I held the line, keeping everyone locked in and watched them turn on each other because they were starving. And his voice catches. I didn't even know them. They never did anything to me. They died slowly and painfully without any dignity because they had the misfortune of being born in the wrong place. I just followed orders. So, yes, I accept what you did. I would have no goddamn business judging you. Not when I'm guilty of far worse and without even a hint of actual justification. Owen gazes at him for a long time. Look, Indo, he says. You don't have to be defined by what you did when you had no good choices. He sighs. But I still have to take responsibility. Then what do I have to do? Owen asks. Do I have to spend the rest of my existence punishing myself over and over for a past I'm helpless to change? No, of course not. So, you can hurt as many people as you like so long as you're sufficiently mad at them. Lake shakes his head. You know that's not what I'm saying. Owen purses his lips. It's different. I don't want to argue about this. I want to know why you've been avoiding me these past couple of days. I haven't been. Owen, please. Owen shuts his eyes. He takes a long, slow breath, holds it, then exhales for even longer. I think we're both stressed from constantly being on the move these past months. Why don't we take a break from chasing Scott? We can find some remote hamlet where you can still do your doctoring while we decompress away from the cities and the people. He should say no. He should demand a real answer. He should seriously consider what it means for them that Owen is refusing to give him one. Okay, Leg says instead. Quick drink of water and to stop chewing on my lips. Ah. 153 days after. They catch a ride on a freight train heading south. The coastal mountains give way to sprawling plains and rolling hills. It's easy to forget about the world from within the confines of their empty car, and they pass hours in quiet, lying pressed together or sitting side by side, watching the world smear into a dizzying blur. How does it work? Owen asks as they chug across the miles in a matter of minutes. The engine burns coal to heat it. Excuse me. The engine burns coal to heat water. The water becomes steam. The steam pushes and pulls the mechanisms that rotate the wheels. Steam does? How? Legs shrugs one shoulder, careful not to jostle Owen's head, which rests on the other. I'm no expert. Owen hums and exhales, long and slow, adjusting the grip he has wrapped around Lex's middle and nestling further into his collarbone. Technology has changed a lot since I was asleep, he mumbles into Lex's shirt. It has. Quiet settles. Or, quiet isn't the right word. The train is loud, and the wind whistling and whipping across the open side of the car only adds to the noise. It's a wonder Legs even heard Owen with how softly he'd spoken. And then something about that nags at Legs. But he lets the thread slip from his fingers for now and keeps his eyes on the distant horizon. 157 days after. Being a doctor opens a lot of doors. This is excellent news because if that door is a residential, they can't exactly break it down. But the need doesn't arise. Oh, Legendo stays charming and kind, and he gives his services freely, and in return they come to possess the keys and an open invitation to stay in a vacant home a few miles into the countryside. He explains the story to Owen. Some shopkeeper in the tiny town has a kid suffering from one ailment or another, and Legendo fixes it with surgery, which was far past the means and expertise of the next closest medical provider, an herbalist in another town nearly 30 miles southeast. She'd apparently written the kid off, but Legendo brought him back from the brink while Owen stayed very far away from the entire ordeal. Then Owen mostly tuned out of the details Legendo relays. He isn't heartless. It isn't that he doesn't care about Legendo's work or the good he does. It's just medical stuff isn't easy for him, even now. And for as much as Owen loves to see Legendo's face light up with excitement as he recounts harrowing moments on the sterile battlefield, some of the finer details still leave him queasy. The boy lives on, and the grateful father loaned them the house his son will someday move into to start his own family when he grows up and marries some blandly pretty girl in town. If that man only knew he was letting a pair of vampiric lovers stay in the home he built by hand. Owen wonders what he might say, what he might do. Maybe try to drive them out with crosses and pitchforks. Maybe torch the place with them inside. How are you feeling? Legendo asks. Owen decides he would rather be on fire than answer that question. Thirsty, he replies. What school is next? Oh, envious. I'm not sure I understand your question. The wrinkle between Legundo's brows tells him the sidestep has very much been noticed, but Legundo doesn't press on him. He makes a conscious effort not to vanish on Legundo, staying tethered near his side at home and accompanying him for walks and trips into town to trade out his books at the little library. They're both quieter than usual. Legundo because he's focused on failing to be subtle in how he watches Owen, and Owen because he's focused on presenting business as usual. I mean, I thought you were in college. Oh, no. I'm not in college. I haven't been in college for a very long time. It's okay. It's a very silly waste of both their time and effort, but Owen can't bring himself to stop. If he gives Legundo a reason to keep prying, everything will fall apart. The shoe will drop, the mirror will shatter, the pyre will burn. So he smiles and nods and laughs and listens. He hunts quickly and drinks quicker and is back in bed by midnight. He lets Legundo read aloud to him from his horrible historical novellas and holds his hand while they sit on the porch and watch the moonrise. And every time they lie together in bed, the only thing he can think about is how badly it will hurt when all of this is ripped away. 164 days after. May I come in? Owen stares down the man at the door and quietly considers whether he can reach the stake in his bag before Abolish can take him to the floor. Probably not. Abolish was the last one turned for a damn good reason, and Owen is not eager to square off with him again. It took long enough for his bones to knit themselves back together the first time. No. Abolish sighs and crosses his arms. This is a private matter. I prefer to discuss it with y'all in a place where we can be sure we won't be overheard. Uh-huh. Owen, please don't make this difficult. I really only came here to talk. Owen shuts the door and abolishes face. Solicitous, he says in explanation when he returns upstairs to the main room and drapes himself across legs on the sofa. Was it those pest control people again? I keep telling them there's no bat infestation, but they won't believe me. Owen grins and noses up along the column of Leg's throat. I can't imagine why. All those swarms of bats that appear around the attic are all respectable members of the local community. The bat community? Yes, they have bat jobs, pay bat taxes to support the bat infrastructure. Oh, good. I don't know what I would do with myself if they weren't paying taxes. Lugundo's reply is cut off by the sharp tapping of fingers on the glass. Owen's face pinches with displeasure. He glances toward the window to confirm what he already knows to be on the other side. Sure enough, there's Abolish, perched on a tree limb stretched beside the window sill with a scrap of paper pressed into the glass, onto which he has scrawled the words, "May I enter?" Thank you, Siri Bot. Oh, did you hear that? Goodness. Oh, stare somewhere that isn't my computer screen or my phone. Oh, freaking idiot slut. Solicitors, huh? Lagundo says, slipping out from under Owen and going to unlock and open the window. Sorry, Owen replies, making no attempt to sound it. Come in, Abolish. Thank you. Abolish swings in and lands on both feet, then straightens in one smooth motion, pats his legs as if to brush away dust, and takes a short, sharp breath. Hello. It's good to see you, Doctor. You as well, Lagundo replies, turning to the couch. He doesn't curl back up, but he still sits beside Owen, so Owen decides he must not be too mad and risks scooting a few inches closer until their shoulders brush. How have you been? Busy? I'm sorry to say, but this isn't a social call. The ease drains from Lagundo, and Owen grits his teeth. This is exactly why he didn't want to let Abolish in here. Whatever he has to say will put Lagundo on edge for days or even weeks. They're meant to be taking a break from their worldly troubles. We found Shelby. Owen's brows twitch. He schools his expression and braces himself. Is he okay? Lagundo asks. She's fine. They both let out a breath. Owen is briefly surprised by his own relief, but he supposes it makes sense. He did come to like Shelby in their days together, and she accepted the gift almost immediately after receiving it. There was never any need to soothe her wounded feelings or reassure her that she could live how she wanted. Shelby took stock of the situation and decided for her damn self how she would live, and she never wavered from that. He can respect it, even if he doesn't always agree with her conclusions. Avid and drift tracked her down. Abolish continues. I guess she was pretty deep in the woods between Harpmeyer and Silas Point, looking for werewolves. Owen snorts. Naturally. Yeah, well, the point is, they found her. She was very open with what she knew about Scott and Pyro. They didn't tell her anything, but she knew enough to give me some solid leads, and I've been independently verifying some other stuff she knew, and they're almost certainly off-continent. Lagundo tenses, then deflates. Owen bites his inner cheek to keep from growling at Abolish. I was able to get in touch with some people within my organization operating overseas, and they're doing the best they can to check things out, but I figured y'all should know about this since you've also been looking. Thank you, Lagundo says eventually. Abolish nods. There's an awkward silence that hangs for several seconds, then Lagundo breaks it to ask, Do you, want to stay a while? We have some crimson downstairs if you're thirsty, But Abolish has already shaken his head, bless the man. No, I'll need to be on my way. It was hard enough finding you two, and you aren't even properly off the grid. Who's left on your list? Owen asks. Apple and Redheart. Apple has to be using a new identity since she's technically deserted the military when she left Oakhurst. And Ren? Abolish gives his head a slow shake. I don't even know where to start. The Gundo sighs. Martin knew him the best. If you can get in touch with him, he's probably the best bet for finding Ren. Wallace shrugs and purses his lips. I have other obligations, unfortunately. I'll do what I can to track him down, but ultimately it's up to them if they want to be in the loop when we do finally take Scott down and go back for the cure. Segundo looks troubled, but doesn't comment. Anyway, that's all I needed to tell you. Thanks for hearing me out. He gives Owen a pointed look, then bows and exits the way he came, vanishing into the evening air beyond the window. After a minute, Segundo rises to shut the window. He lingers there with his back to Owen, tracing the shape of the lock over and over. Why lock him out? I mean, you must have known he wouldn't leave without talking to us. A man can hope. Segundo turns and leans back against the window frame with a deep frown. What's going on? Something clearly has been bothering you, and I don't want to push you, but this is getting... I was hoping you'd be more open to talking to me once we came out here, but... Owen gives an involuntary bristle and conspicuously forces himself to stop and let the indignation pass. This isn't an attack. Segundo isn't looking for a justification to hate him, no matter how much he may deserve it. But the anger acted as a shield for the dread, and without it, he's off kilter and defenseless. This is the first time I've ever left Oakhurst, let alone traveled for months on end, he eventually says. It's a lot for me. I'm having trouble with it. It's a poor lie. They both know it. The pad of Segundo's index finger taps against the windowsill in an anxious rhythm as he mulls the words over, visibly working out whether or not to call Owen out. Please, Owen whispers against his better judgment, but the fear is eating him alive. Please, Lex, just leave it. Segundo's lips part, then they close. Okay, Owen. Tense silence suffocates the room. I think I'm gonna go lie down. Owen sits statue still. All right. Segundo doesn't look at him as he leaves. 166 days after. It would be so much easier if Lex was angry. He isn't angry. Owen moves through the house like a ghost, haunting whatever room Lex settles in, going through the motions of presence without surrendering an ounce of himself in the process. Their conversations stay superficial, though they touch frequently, doesn't lead to anything. Lex goes into town by himself to return his latest batch of books, and he finds he somehow feels less lonely when he's literally alone than he does in that house. Which is so fucking ridiculous, he wants to turn right around and sprint the whole way back. What would that do? He lets it play out in his mind, rushing home, bursting in, finding Owen wherever he's settled for the day. Please talk to me, he might say. Please tell me what's wrong. Owen would give him that carefully blank look and reply, nothing is wrong, everything is fine. Legs would start to argue, to retrace the familiar steps of this conflict, moving and countering, keeping rhythm in a dance that always leads right back where it started. But he stops short. What do you know? What do you do when you can't diagnose the problem? You don't keep running the same tests over and over. The symptoms remain static. Interrogating them won't yield new information. When the source is unclear, you have to think broader. What's wrong with the system as a whole? what discontinuity might result in these particular effects. Timeline. Start with the timeline. Owen started acting distant shortly after the festival. That evening hadn't exactly gone to plan, but it ended on a good note, didn't it? They danced together, humming and singing. When they went home, things felt as natural and easy as always. A few days later, it was like there was a solid wall between them. Owen was physically present, sure, but he spent so much time lost in his own head that Legs started to wonder if Owen would even notice if he stopped talking mid-sentence. So he tried. And Owen didn't notice. And now this thing with abolish. What the hell was that about? It did cross his mind that Owen could have been trying to keep him out just in case he'd come to tell them Scott was dead. Legs might be overly optimistic, but he isn't a fool. He knows Owen has a vested interest in Legs remaining a vampire, and that conflict will inevitably tear them apart sooner or later. But he also hasn't gotten the impression that Owen is making any attempt to mislead Legs or waste his time while they search. When they return to the taverns and inns, Owen checks. The staff there recognize Owen, openly apologize for not having seen the man he's looking for. His suggestions for where to look are thoughtful and well-reasoned, and this is the only time he's ever asked for a break in 5 months they've spent searching. Even knowing it works against his own interests, Owen is clearly devoted to seeing this through, or at least helping Legs see it through. Did something change? Did he realize something that could lead to Scott and has now chosen to keep it secret, and the distance is born out of guilt? Maybe. The hypothetical seems unlikely to warp his behavior to this extreme. Either he has something concrete, or there's something else he feels guilty about. Could it be for what he did to Oakhurst? He brought it up before, asked why Legs doesn't hold it against him, how he can accept it. Legs gave him an honest answer, and though Owen pushed at him, it seemed more driven toward trying to make Legs okay with his own transgressions, not with Owen's. Maybe he's somehow tied his ability to accept what he did to Legs's ability to make peace with his past. But that just seems too speculative and overly complicated. There's an obvious answer glaring at him, but he can feel it. He just needs to think. What do you know about Owen? Owen was born sick. His illness made him weak and frail as a child, but he pushed himself to keep up with the other kids. His parents both died at some point in his childhood, but he has never spoken about it in detail, and Legs won't ask him to. In his early teens, he developed skin lesions and boils that resulted in ostracization. Despite his frailty, he took to working as a lumberjack because people were at least willing to buy wood from him. He met Lewis. Lewis. Oh my God. Legs breathes. I'm an idiot. He sits down right in the middle of the footpath and buries his face in his hands. Owen met Lewis. They connected immediately and spoke daily for months. Love bloomed between them, and Lewis offered Owen an escape from his life of pain and loneliness. Then the town ripped Lewis away. Owen spent a month wiping them out and buried himself for 200 years of restless, fitful sleep. From Owen's perspective, he lost the love of his life only 7 or 8 months ago. And here, Legs is demanding he open up and give his entire heart over, like there couldn't possibly be a reason for him to hesitate, pushing him, demanding more than he's ready to give. Legs drops one hand into his lap and stares at the ground. No self-flagellation, he firmly reminds himself. You don't get to throw yourself a pity party over the problem you caused. So he scrapes himself out of the gravel and trudges to the tiny library to trade out his books. When he returns, it's nearly sunset. Legs enters quietly and busies himself putting his bag down, shedding the coat he doesn't need, and unlacing the boots he was finally forced to buy when his old pair literally fell apart. Owen's shoes are still by the door. He must be home, but wherever he isn't making any sound. Legs eventually finds him sitting on the floor in front of the empty hearth, staring into the ashes with a completely blank expression. "Owen," he says, soft and careful. Owen only reacts after a solid second of delay. He turns his head slowly, like the movement makes a monumental effort. Legs drops to sit beside him. I realize I haven't. He exhales the remainder of the air in his lungs and starts over. "I'm sorry." Owen's expression flickers for just a moment, a tiny wrinkle between his brows, a twitch of his lips, and then he back to careful neutral. "For what?" "For being an insensitive ass," he replies. "I know you don't like to talk about this. I promise I'm not trying to make you, but I realized that I haven't been considering what you lost. I cared about you a lot, and I was being selfish. I don't want you to think I expect you to be completely open and tell me everything you're thinking and feeling. Anything you give me is a gift. You deserve as much time as you need to process things and get through them, and I'll be here whenever you're ready." The quiet that falls isn't stilted and awkward like it has been these past weeks. Owen's face remains a frozen mask, but he doesn't look away, and he doesn't waver. When he speaks, it's with a raw, trembling edge to his voice. "How does it end?" This time, Legs has an immediate answer. "We'll decide together." He offers his hand. Owen takes it. "I don't know how to do this," Owen murmurs. "Well, I don't really know either," Legs says, rubbing his thumb over Owen's knuckles. "There's no one I'd rather figure it out with." They don't talk for a long while, but Owen leans to rest against Legs' side and lets Legs run a hand through his hair. Whatever war wages in Owen's mind, he seems determined to fight it alone, but Legs won't let him forget that he has backup. He just has to trust Owen to call for it if the need ever arises. And he needs to learn to see the moments when Owen does. That night, Owen comes to bed with Legs and curls up in his arms. And though Legs isn't consciously trying to, he stays awake in a silent vigil over Owen's resting form until the sun rises. It's the first time in weeks Owen hasn't slipped away to disappear into the dark. Legs tucks Owen more securely against his chest and presses his lips to Owen's hair. 173 days after. Owen stays in bed through the night every day that week. They still don't talk about what's bothering him, but he's clearly making a concerted effort to be more present, and Legs shows his appreciation in every way he knows. 181 days after. Doctor. Lagundo blinks a few times before turning his heavy gaze to Owen. "Come with me for a walk," he says. "I want to get your opinion on something." Lagundo nods and rises from the armchair to don his coat and boots. The stream flows a couple of miles east of their temporary home. Most of the plant life around its flanks has been hacked and cleared away by farmers, drawing water for their crops. But as they walk further upstream, more tall grasses, bushes, and trees sprout up. Owen leads Lagundo by the hand to a smear of mud with reddish-orange streaks. "I think this is a clay deposit. I want to try to harvest some and make a vase," so we can bring flowers in. Segundo gives one of the soft, genuine smiles that means Owen has done something good. That sounds like a wonderful idea. They return later with buckets and trowels to dig out the clay from the steam bed. The earth stains Owen's hands and forearms a light russet shade. Lagunda's are much the same. You're probably used to your arms looking like this. Lagundo inspects his hands and laughs. This smells a lot nicer. Owen lifts a brow. Dirty stream muck smells better to you than blood. Yes, we are very different men, Lagundo. It would be pretty weird if we weren't. They haul the clay buckets back to the house and set about breaking up the clumps and filtering out the twigs, leaves, and stones. It feels good to do something with his hands after so many days spent idle. What's next? Owen raises his eyebrows. Oh, I don't know. I figured you would know how to do this. Why? Lagundo asks with a half grin. This doesn't exactly come up in medical school. Well, I don't know. It just seems like the kind of thing you would have done at some point. You spent a lot of years roughing it with us common folk, so surely you would have been in a situation where you needed to make a bowl or something. Poor people still have bowls, Owen. Owen rolls his eyes. Would the library in town have any books that could help? If they don't, someone will definitely be able to tell us how to get to do this. Come on, let's go get cleaned up. Lagundo fills a basin with water heated over the hearth, and they take turns scrubbing the red from their skin. The color comes off of Owen's arms easily, but his linens stubbornly refuse to give up the suspicious red stains. He sighs and retrieves one of his backup sets to cover his arms. Sensing Lagundo's eyes on him, Owen turns and holds his arms out for inspection. Did I miss any spots? No, but I was wondering something. Yeah? You don't need to answer if you don't want to, Lagundo says. But I'm curious why you still cover your arms. Owen frowns. You can see the scars, Doctor. I can now, but before I was turned, it took you pointing them out for me to notice. Wait, really? Really? They look very subtle to human eyes. I didn't realize. He studies the linens covering his skin and wonders if he may someday be able to go without them, if he can ever reach a point of comfort with himself that he would be willing to take that risk. Maybe. It's feeling a lot more likely these days that he'll make it that far. Their trip into town goes well enough. The library has a book on primitive clay sculpting, which is great. Then the librarian turns her warm smile to Owen and says, "And who's this, Doctor? Your son?" Owen bursts into raucous laughter while Lagundo makes a lot of flustered, spluttering noises. No, God, no, this is my partner. Well, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize. The librarian flushes pink and covers her mouth with her hand. Oh, gosh, of course he is. I don't know how much I missed that, considering how much you talk about him. Owen turns to Lagundo with a sharp grin. You talk about me. Oh my God, Lagundo mumbles. All good things, I'm sure. That was the wrong voice. All good things, I'm sure, he says, turning back to the librarian. She nods and goes even pinker. Well, yes, well, can I help you two with anything else? No, that's quite all right. Thank you very much for your assistance. Owen hooks his arm through Lagundo's and tows him out into the early evening sun. Lagundo doesn't look at him, but he does wrap their hands together as they walk. What do you tell her about me? He scrubs his free hand over his face. That you're wonderful, and I like you a lot, and you make me feel alive again. Oh, that's... Owen takes a while to decide how to put the feeling swimming around in his chest into words. make me feel that way too. Still without looking, Lagundo raises their linked hands to his lips and kisses Owen's knuckles. 189 days after. The first several attempts shatter or explode in the rudimentary pit kiln they built, but eventually Owen manages to produce a single lumpy vase out of the clay they extracted from the stream bed. Lagundo comes home from a shift at the clinic with an array of spring flowers and sets them out in the vase on the entryway table. So I can see them as soon as I get home to you, he says, and Owen drags him down for a kiss. 199 days after. They deep clean the house, pack their things, and use Legs' savings to purchase actual tickets on a passenger rail heading southwest. Do you have a surname? Owen glances up from carefully wrapping the vase in a couple of their spare shirts. No, I didn't come from wealth. I guess that's a recent development. These days, commoners usually have a family name in addition to their given name. There are exceptions for people who come from very small, remote communities, but people typically require two names to get official travel documents. Owen hums contemplatively. What's yours? Legs blinks. Lagundo. Owen freezes, then looks back at him with tightly knit brows. What? Lagundo is my surname. My first name is Clifton. You're messing with me. I promise I'm not. So you're telling me that your name is Dr. Clifton Lagundo? Yep. Owen shakes his head. No, nah. I'm not having that. I will not accept that your name is Clifton. Well, regardless, we need to come up with one for you so I can get you some official documentation. How did they assign them when they started using them? I think you would technically be Owen von Oakhurst if we went strictly traditional. His nose wrinkles. Absolutely not. Hello, little hero. Thank you for joining us. Legs considers for a moment. How about Holzer? On the eastern continent, that name is used for someone who works with and sells wood. Owen Holzer. He repeats the name a few times under his breath, as if to taste the form of the syllables on his tongue. Sure. I like it. It suits you. Owen shoots him a sidelong glance. Whatever you say, Clifton. A second passes, then Owen sticks out his tongue and makes a loud, retching noise. Nope, I can't do it. Not even as a joke, you're getting that changed. To what? To Legs Lagundo. Legs laughs, half afraid that Owen isn't joking. 235 days after. Summer begins with a storm. They're exploring the far southern edges of the continent, where the people are few and the hiding spaces are abundant. Hot air blown in from the east mixes with the chill winds of the Gulf and whips up the kind of hurricane that made humans believe in gods and deities for millennia. For two vampires, it makes for a thrilling interactive show. They've been scouring the uninhabited lands long enough to necessitate staying at level 2 for the sake of night vision and superior movement options. This also means they're strong enough to take a few big hits. Owen stares out the salt-warped glass of their crumbling shelter at the whipping wind beyond with genuine excitement reflecting in his wide eyes. I want to fly in that. Legs chokes on a lap and wheezes. Are you crazy? Owen grins. So they fly. The storm sends their tiny bodies hurtling through the air at speeds too dizzying to comprehend. Legs feels the air squeeze out of his lungs as his bat form is pressed and condensed by the pure force of the wind, but it can do no lasting harm to him. Even in this form, his organs are set dressings. There is no real need for the performance. Legs tries to straighten his wings and catch the current, but can't move a millimeter by his own volition. He is a helpless passenger to the whims of the storm. It is terrifying. It's exhilarating. His body gives up the bat form eventually, and the greater mass of his humanoid form can't be kept aloft by the wind alone. Legs hurtles downward toward the whipping, choppy sea and gets his wits about him exactly in time to lunge, redirecting his momentum with bone-cracking force and skipping himself across the surface of the water all the way back to shore. His body carves a deep wake in the sand, and he lies motionless under the pounding rain for several seconds while he fights to make sense of the last minute or so. "Doctor!" Owen's voice cuts through the maelstrom. Legs peels himself out of his crater, pops his shoulder back into socket with a slight wince, and stumbles to his feet. He spots Owen about 100 yards down the beach, bleeding from a massive gash on the side of his head and grinning ear to ear. The gash is already closed by the time they meet in the middle. Legs still drags Owen to an alcove formed by an outcropping of rocks jutting from the hills behind them and fusses over him. "That was incredible," Owen raves while Legs tilts his head and lets the pouring rain rinse away the blood. "I've never gone so fast in my life. How could the stone possibly be this powerful? I mean, we had thunder back in Oakhurst, but this is like wrath. It really feels like something is trying to crush us, don't you think?" "I certainly understand the feeling," Legs replies, deciding that the wound is indeed healed and Owen isn't about to collapse on him. Were he human, Legs would be fretting about concussions or traumatic brain injuries, but the experiments he's conducted on his own body on days when no patients needed his help have taught Legs a good deal about vampiric healing, and he knows there isn't any meaningful limit to what their bodies can repair and regenerate. "I want to go again." Owen won't be able to change back into a bat for several more minutes, but Legs grabs his arm anyway. "How much blood do you have left in your system?" His eyes go hazy for a moment. "Enough," Owen decides. Legs give him a skeptical look, and Owen laughs. "I'll be fine." "You're freezing." "Only because I'm soaked." At Legs' continued suspicion, Owen smiles, leans up on his toes, and draws Legs into a long, open-mouthed kiss. After, he says, "There. The inside of my mouth is warm." Legs blinks a few times to get his stuttering brain to kick back into gear. I wasn't paying attention. I need another demonstration." "Oh, I'm sure." But he indulges Legs. This one is even longer, with Owen wrapping one leg around Legs's until Legs takes the hint and hikes him up into his arms with a hand on the underside of each of Owen's thighs so he can pin him up against the rocks, with Owen's calves crossed behind his back, locking them together. They kiss fiercely, pointedly, working in tandem to match the chaotic rhythm of the hurricane, tasting each other, breathing each other, and finding all the familiar planes of one another's skin. They break with a clapping peal of thunder, and Legs turns his lip to Owen's throat, carefully minding his fangs but still biting with the pressure Owen likes. It's pressure enough to leave angry red marks on a human. On Owen's skin, there's only a faint divot, barely visible even to Legs' eyes. The lightning is really picking up. It strikes a tree somewhere near enough to charge the air around them with pent-up energy, and for a brief moment, the fear swells up so forcefully it drowns out the obstinate block in his head that constantly reminds him he's near immune to death. Being struck by lightning still wouldn't kill him, but it would hurt an awful fucking lot. "We should get back inside," he says, but another clap of thunder roars over top the words, drowning them in noise. To Legs' surprise, Owen nods. "Much as I'd like to have you right here, I don't think 10,000 volts really help the mood. It's closer to 100 million votes." Lex says, lowering Owen down and steadying him unnecessarily. At least. We haven't been able to measure it yet. It could be even more. Owen snorts and fixes his gaze on their crumbling house up in the hills overlooking the sea. He lunges, and Legs tears off after him. They reach the door at the exact same moment. It's an old and rusted thing cast from some kind of steel alloy that's only just managed to hold on to enough structural integrity not to snap as they force it into motion. It loudly protests the damage. It loudly protests the demand, but yields, admitting them dripping and grinning into the dingy concrete and stone interior of what might have been called a cabin once. The layers of tarps tied securely to the roof whip and crackle in the wind. Oh, thanks for the follow. I lost track, sorry. The windows groan, threatening to burst in on them at any moment. They track wet sand and sea water onto the rock tile floor. Owen pulls him into another kiss, clasping the sides of Legs' face with both hands and backing himself into the wall. Legs lifts him up again to resume what they'd been doing before, just as another boom of thunder rolls over them. The answer is so obvious it practically smacks him across the face. Owen heard him, speaking at normal volume with a raging storm, the roaring sea, and the crack of thunder. Owen heard him say they should get to shelter. Of course he did. When has Legs ever had to ask Owen to repeat himself since he was turned? When has he ever strained to pick up Owen's voice from a crowd or struggled to parse the particulars of a song hummed under someone's breath across the street? When else has he spoken and assumed the crashing waves drowned him out? Shit. He breaks the kiss and gently lowers Owen until he drops his legs to take his own weight. Legs. Owen turns his face up so their eyes meet, and Legs is instantly certain that he will never be capable of hiding this revelation. Is something wrong? No, I just realized something. Another crack of thunder makes the windows shudder in their frames. You heard me, Legs says, on the beach. Owen doesn't reply. I don't want you to feel pressured to respond. I didn't mean to say it then, and I don't want you to think you didn't mean to say it. Owen cuts in. Or you didn't mean it. Legs swallows past the burning lump in his throat. I meant it. Owen's eyes become intense and focused, and the effect is made even more stark by the vibrant crimson hue that marks him as being at level 2. Say it again. I meant it, Lex repeats. No, I mean, say what you said before. Legs looks for any uncertainty in Owen's eyes and finds only that burning intensity briefly cast in stark white light by a flash of lightning outside. I love you. The thunder breaks. It doesn't bother me. Oh, it doesn't? Owen shakes his head. I don't know exactly how to feel, but hearing you say that just feels good. Not for the first time, Legs desperately wishes he could peer through Owen's eyes and see inside his mind, or perform some type of procedure that would give him a glimpse of insight toward the tangled mess in his heart. He can't, but he can trust what Owen is telling him. So, are you okay with it if I say it? Owen's expression softens and he nods. As long as you're okay that I can't. In answer, Legs reconnects their lips, affirming his grip on Owen's waist and forming the shape of the words against his mouth in a silent prayer. Each reiteration has Owen pulling him closer, pressing back harder, grasping tighter. Together, they ride out the storm. I need a little break, sorry. I'm right next to my heater, so the air keeps pushing up at me, and it's making my lips feel really chapped. All right. How we doing, everyone? Oh. I'm getting too old for this chair. 289 days after. The words sit heavy on Owen's tongue for months. Sometimes it's obvious what prompts the impulse. Lagundo would sweep him into a dramatic kiss, or welcome him home with a hot bath already drawn, or bring him a new bouquet of wildflowers to put in his vase. Other times it's subtle, everyday things. A hand on his shoulder as Lagundo walks behind him, a soft smile caught just as Owen turns around, a book picked out for him because it's something Lagundo thinks he might like. Those second type of things are what erode the plausible deniability until Owen is left alone with the feelings he can't look in the face. So he picks a day when Lagundo will be out working a shift at whatever passes for a medical clinic in the dozenth small town they visited in as many weeks, and he takes a long walk. Owen digs rocks and stones loose from the sun-baked earth and creates a pit, then fells a tree, neatly parts the trunk, and spends an hour slowly coaxing tinder into a roaring pyre fed by thick wood rounds. It spits embers and sparks and vomits an ugly column of gray-black smoke into the cloudless sky, so thick that Owen feels it prickling his lungs even standing a few meters back. No doubt, were his biology less decorative, Owen would be coughing up a lung and fighting to clear tears from his stinging eyes. The gift drapes over his shoulders and guards him from all of it. The frailty, the pain, the impermanence. Things were so simple when he first awoke and discovered what had been stolen from him. They burned his world, so Owen burned them back. He sought an ending, but found himself unable to drive the stake into his own heart. So he buried himself and he waited for another escape. Then he was roused again, and it took little time to convince him that other vampires had nothing to offer him either. He would complete his vengeance anew and return to the dark and the waiting, but the doctor snuck up on him, and the desire to submit to the void waned. Weeks turned into months, turned into seasons, and Owen keeps finding himself with more and more worth living for. Maybe he can't truly belong anywhere, but Lagundo can't either. Nowhere but with each other. So Owen lets the pyre burn. He stares into the flames and finds the contours of agony in their flickering depths. He feels the heat on his skin and the embers in his lungs and reaches for the well of old rage at his center and finds it dry and empty. There is no anger left for the people who killed Lewis. There's grief for his absence and shame, deep, burning shame, because they burned Lewis and Owen burned them back, and he made damn sure nothing was left of Lewis's legacy but the ashes. The ones who planted the evidence and struck the match deserved exactly what they got. He hasn't wavered from that cardinal truth. But the rest, those who stood by watching with wide, conflicted eyes, the ones who refused to leave their homes for the grisly event, the children, the infants, did they really deserve to be hunted down and slaughtered by something they had no hope of defending against? Of course not. Owen sinks to the ground and sits in the dirt. I'm sorry, he says, keeping his eyes fixed on the flames. But I was so blinded by my own hatred that I couldn't see your love. The gift Lewis gave Owen shrouds him from most every harm. The gift he gave the town should have done the same. But Owen knew exactly how to rend and tear the foundations of stability and welfare Lewis meticulously installed, and he didn't stop until it was all gone. That isn't love. His chest stabs with piercing pain, and his throat contracts in spasms, following the script of a sob without the tears to match it. Owen thought he was acting on his love for Lewis when he destroyed everything, but he wasn't. He was acting on his hatred for everyone else. How has he managed to fool himself for so long? How has he gone along for months believing that this is what Lewis would want for him? That he would expect Owen to relentlessly obsess over his own suffering? If his choices are to live on with someone who makes him feel complete again, or to die miserable and alone, how could he have ever fucking convinced himself that Lewis would prefer Owen opt for the latter? No more of this. No more of any of it. Owen suffocates the flames under the pile after pile of Owen suffocates the flames under pile after pile of dirt, then flies home, stinking of wood smoke and ash. He was out longer than he realized. The last of the twilight is fading when he shoulders open the door to the cottage they're renting and marches right up to where Logundo sits with a book in his lap and a wide-eyed expression. I'm done hiding this from you, Owen says. I'm in love with you. Oh, Logundo blinks. His lips part and his brows raise. I'm not leaving you. Not ever. Whatever happens, it's you and me until the end, okay? Yeah, of course, Logundo replies, slightly breathless. Good. And because he can, he adds, I love you. I love you too. Owen plucks the book from Logundo's hands, tosses it aside, and climbs into his lap. 315 days after. We met a year ago today. Owen pauses in his whittling to meet Logundo's eyes. Yeah? I wondered what I would have thought if I had known then how important you were going to be in my life. If I'd known, I probably would have killed you. Logundo cracks a smile. Knowing you, probably. And I would have let you. And now? Now I would politely request that you not kill me, Logundo says. There's someone I'd like to come home for. Owen is so ridiculously happy he doesn't know what to do with himself. 365 days after. On the really bad nights, Legs used to gamble with himself. He'd flip a coin, heads 5 times in a row, and he could rest. But every tails was another year he had to keep going. He kept careful track of them, ticking them off his fingers as he came to pass that same date again until he was allowed to give it another go. As the years wore on, it took longer and longer for him to end up playing again. That night, lying, shaking in a pool of his own blood, Legs grasped for the coin always kept safe in his breast pocket and flipped it. Heads, heads, heads. Could there really be? Heads. He was so close. He could just... Tails. 1 year. 1 year and he could try again. It's October 29th, and Legs takes the coin from his breast pocket and studies it. Silver, with a perfectly centered stamp bearing the number of his squad. Each of the surviving members have one just like it, and they're the only ones in existence. It weighs Legs down and forces him to remember every day what he did to get to where he is now. The ritual of transferring it from his shirt to the nightstand to his shirt again is as much a cage as it is a crutch. Legs tucks it back into his pocket. He won't be flipping again today. 491 days after. If Owen is completely honest, neither of them have been trying all that hard for a long time. They move around, sure, but they also drift from place to place without any real reason for their destinations. And they spend weeks at a time in rural villages, even after they know definitively that Scott isn't hiding out there. Evidently, none of them gave Scott enough credit. The bastards vanished completely. There are still periodic updates from Pearl and Abolish waiting when they return to the Citadel every few months to check in. It's always more of the same. There's no sign of Scott, and no one has heard from Apple or Reinhardt. Their last check-in was a few weeks ago. They've once again returned to the coast, though at this point they've scoured just about every town and ruin with a view of the sea. But they're both partial to the salt on the breeze, so they ignore any contradicting logic and set out for Cape Brine. And that's where they find him. Owen catches a hint of something in the air that sets his hackles raising before he even identifies it. A growl rips through his throat, and he leaps down from the raised walkway to the stony shore below, darting from rock to rock in the shallow surf with his nose turned to the wind and Lagundo hot on his heels. They find him sitting curled in on himself beneath a rarely used dock adjacent to a sewer outlet. Not Scott. Jack von Pyro. Owen growls again, and though Pyro must have heard him, he doesn't react. His eyes remain fixed on the water while his hands work over something clasped between his palms. A stake. Pyro, Lagundo says, low and careful. Pyro's brow twitches. Slow and sluggishly, he turns, taking in the sight of them. Lagundo with his palms out and a measured look, and Owen curled into a fighting stance. Oh, he says. Hello, Doctor. Owen, good to see you again. There's something wrong with him. That much is immediately evident in the flat delivery of those words, but it's undeniable when coupled with the emptiness in his gaze. He's looking right at Owen, but there's no focus. It's like he's seeing right through him. Is Scott with you? Lagundo asks. Pyro smiles humorlessly. No. You don't know where he is? He laughs. It's sharp, loud, and loaded with bitterness that tells Owen everything he needs to know. I'm afraid not. Sire decided he was better off traveling light. When? Owen spits. What's the date? 4th of March, Lagundo replies. Then that would have been November 11th. The sun has set 113 times since he's left. And where have you been all that time? Owen asks, eyes narrowing. Pyro blinks owlishly. Here. Lagundo's jaw clenches. Owen catches the motion from the corner of his eye and takes a moment to look Pyro over more carefully. And he quickly realizes that Pyro isn't speaking metaphorically when he says here. His clothes hang rotting and pitted from his wiry frame. One shoe is entirely missing, and the other is barely holding on, with the front of the sole dangling by a few threads. His hair is a dark and matted nest hanging from his head, and his skin is streaked with a spectrum of stains from grime, sewage, and God knows what else. It's possible. His spot is tucked back behind an outcropping of rocks, such that he's only visible to someone standing pretty much exactly where Owen and Lagundo are. There's no real reason to come down here unless you're looking for something. You haven't moved in 4 months? Lagundo asks. I guess not. What have you been drinking? Pyro shrugs. Sometimes the rats come within reach. Owen and Lagundo exchange a glance. He couldn't be faking this. Not all of it. And with so little blood, he won't be able to put up any kind of fight. Owen could easily hold him down and shove his own stake through his heart. Right then, Owen sighs. Let's get you cleaned up. It takes the better part of an hour just to break him from the shell of salt and barnacles encrusting him to the rock. Pyro is either unable or uninterested in helping. Lagundo takes the stake from his hands without resistance. Then they set about trying to extract him without breaking his body. Eventually, Owen accepts that there will be no salvaging Pyro's clothing and starts hacking at the petrified fabric with a utility knife. What remained of his underclothes sloughs away once he's free. Pyro is bare to the world, but Owen is too busy being aggravated by the situation to find that embarrassing. And as a doctor, Lagundo is beyond accustomed to dealing with nudity in a professional manner. Pyro is equally unbothered. He keeps his eye on the horizon while they lead him into the water and dunk him until the worst of the stains dissipate, along with the vile stench of decay and waste. Now they're in a predicament. They obviously can't leave Pyro here, but they can't exactly take him anywhere like this either. Go buy him a cloak. Go buy him something short and a cloak. Owen says, I'll stay here with him. You sure? Owen nods. You have the stake. Not like I could kill him. Lagundo half smiles. Not really what I was worried about. I'll be quick. Pyro was silent for the first several minutes, and Owen settles in for a very long and quiet wait. So, you and the doctor come? Owen's eyes narrow. Not exactly news, is it? We weren't subtle about it back in Oakhurst. No, but it lasted. And? Pyro shrugs. Just making an observation. He is. It's harmless, and yet the surface-level scrutiny makes Owen squirm. Not because he's insecure about any of it, but what happened with your sire of Pyro? Pyro flinches. Owen smothers a pang of guilt. We hid together for a while, and then he determined it was safe enough to move on, but not together. We're more conspicuous as a pair. After a second, Pyro continues. It was good for a while. At least, I thought so. I thought he seemed happy with me. So it must have been, I thought. Owen waits, but Pyro doesn't speak again. Lagundo returns a while later with clothes for Pyro. He dresses silently, then stands stiffly with his head bowed and his fists clenched at his sides. You'll need crimson, Owen says. Bring him back to the room. Come on, Pyro. They walk back on either side of Pyro, but he makes no attempt to run. His stride is unsteady at first, but in short order he regains his natural balance and some of the grace returns to his movements. Owen keeps half an eye on him, but Pyro doesn't once twitch, hesitate, even take his eyes off the ground. He takes one step, then the next, letting Owen and Lagundo herd him on. They get a few bottles of crimson into Pyro and give him a few minutes while the blood soaks into his petrifying tissues. Thank you, he murmurs. I'd forgotten what it felt like not to burn. When Owen rose from his 200 years in the dirt, he could barely think for the searing pain in his throat. Pyro had incidental meals at least, but there's no telling how long he's been running on empty. After a certain point, the mind ceases to process greater agony. If every synapse is dedicated to screaming the alarm, nothing can make that worse. It just is. Tell us what happened, Lagundo gently prompts. Pyro draws the cloak around himself and casts his eyes toward an unoccupied corner of the room. The barrier shattered. Sire knew the others would be coming for him, so we ran. Him, me, and Shelby. We traveled together for a few weeks, but Shelby broke off once we were close to a city. She really let us have it. I didn't even know she was capable of getting that angry. She called Sire an irredeemable monster and said I was just like the people who bullied me all my life because I was following him. Then she left. Pyro pauses for a long moment. What's funny is Sire seemed genuinely bothered afterward. I assumed he'd heard it well before, but for some reason he really didn't take it well coming from Shelby. I don't know. It's not that important. After that, we stayed on the move for a long time. Between you two, Mox and Pearl and Abolish's group, we were basically forced to live off-grid and constantly changing locations. Sire still had some money buried in the outskirts, so we used that to leave false trails and secure safe passage around the continent. But it was too risky to leave. Abolish had people watching us at every major port, and Sire wasn't about to debase himself by taking a fishing boat or hiding out in a shipping crate or anything ridiculous like that, so he rubs at his jaw and frowns. I don't really even know the details of what he did, but I guess he made some new friends who were willing to smuggle him out on a luxury vessel. The writing was kind of on the wall at that point, but Pyro laughs, empty and without humor, without hope. He didn't even care enough to bother lying. He told me to my face that I meant nothing to him, and that it didn't matter what I did after he was gone, because he planned to forget me the second he left. Lagundo breaks the quiet that falls. That must have been very painful. Yeah. Pyro breathes. Yeah, I just sat there and watched his boat disappear. I couldn't look away. Not even after it was gone. I just waiting in case he changes his mind. Pyro, Lagundo says, soft and pitying. You? Pyro turns, whipping into a manic, wide-eyed intensity that animates his stiff body and gives life to his flat face. He grasps Lagundo's shoulders and leans in close. Doctor, you think he'll come back for me? He will, right? He must, surely. Owen growls and shoves Pyro forcefully away from Lagundo. Pyro shrinks back into the corner with a coward whimper and tips his head back, burying the pallid skin of his throat. His next growl is born of frustration. Quit it. Pyro whimpers again, and Owen snarls. Stop! Stop acting like a pathetic rat, and open your goddamn eyes, Pyro. Owen. He barrels over Lagundo. Yeah, he abandoned you. That's terribly unfair. How awful, how cruel. But he's gone, and he's not coming back. So what are you going to do? Pyro dropped his chin and gives Owen a watery, uncertain look. What are you gonna... What do you want, Pyro? I don't know, he mumbles. Are you going to keep sitting here like a kicked dog waiting for your master to return? Are you really that in love with being mistreated? A flicker of anger flares in Pyro's eyes. That's not fair. And life's not fair. Get the hell over it. You're one to talk, he snaps. You killed thousands to settle a grudge with a dozen or less, then paraded around proselytizing about making the whole world feel the same rejection you were made to endure. Yes, I did. Am I doing that now? Pyro blinks. His lips flatten and he looks Owen up and down, then glances briefly at Lagundo. I don't know. Then let me inform you. Owen draws closer, crowding into Pyro's limited space, but Pyro is mad enough or confused enough not to flinch back. He holds his ground as Owen continues in a low, even voice. I shaped my entire existence around my own suffering for 22 decades, and it never really made me feel anything but rage and emptiness. I spread my misery in hopes that it might lighten the load. It didn't. I turned my back on countless opportunities to stop. I kept fighting long after I knew the war was over, and it just made me worse. The only way to stop the pain is to let yourself feel it and move on. You've tasted your blood, Pyro. I know you lived with your own demons, but they're gone now. So what the hell are you going to do? You don't know what it's like being his fledgling. He made me into a monster like him, and I did such awful, unforgivable things for him, and then he threw me away like trash. So what am I? Pyro growls, pushing to his feet. Owen rises right with him, craning his neck to maintain eye contact despite their substantial height difference. What good is a discarded toy? What rights do I have to go on existing when I'm heavy with the sins I committed for a man who never fucking loved me? Exactly. Pyro stops short. What exactly? Owen repeats. It wasn't love. So let it be pain. Let it be agony. Feel it rip you apart and burn you alive from the inside, and then sit in your ashes and realize the only thing left is you. I don't understand. Scott isn't coming back for you, Pyro. Your old life isn't coming back. This is all you have. So will you give it up and die an unmourned scoundrel, or will you do something worthy of the gift you've been given? Pyro sinks back into his chair. Owen looks to Lagundo and takes in his thoughtful frown. They need to speak. Pyro's looking more vital with the blood in his system, but Owen would still bet on his ability to hunt him down if he makes a run for it. Think on it, Owen says. Lagundo, we should discuss this outside. Pyro, stay where you are. Don't try to leave. Pyro pulls his knees up to his chest and swaddles himself in his cloak. Sure. I had plenty of practice with that. Owen picks a spot across the cobblestone road where they have a clear view of the entrance to the inn and the window of the room they're renting. Unless he makes a hole in one of the brick walls, Pyro won't be leaving without crossing their line of sight. I'm leaving it to you, Owen says. Lagundo frowns. What do you mean? I'm not. I don't like him. I never did. He really grates on me. so I can't be objective. But someone has to decide if we're turning him over to Pearl or abolish. The Gundo frown deepens. He glances back toward the window, then scrubs a hand over one eye. He's the one who turned almost everyone who wants the cure. Pearl, Martin, Abolish, and Ben. Right. So if he were gone, they could all be cured. He's done a lot of harm, Owen says, but to be entirely fair to him, he didn't really have a lot of good options. Lagunda meets Owen's gaze. What was it like for him as Scott's fledgling? Owen shrugs. Not great. Scott was very demanding of him. He already liked Shelby before she turned, so he was soft on her, but Lyra, I don't know. He was careful not to do anything when I was around, but Pyro was clearly terrified of him. Were there any signs of physical abuse? None that I saw, but that doesn't mean much for a vampire. Gundo's jaw clenches and works as he thinks it through. I don't think I should be the one to make this decision. We could let them make it, Owen says. Send a summons out, have them decide. That's as good as choosing to kill him. True, but what's the alternative? We just let him go. No, we can't do that either. And that would mean lying to the others and being complicit in forcing them to stay like this. It stings a bit to hear Lagundo refer to the gift with such grim implications, but Owen brushes the mild hurt aside for now. Then we let Pyro decide. What are you thinking? He's at a crossroads right now. Much as I dislike him, I have seen enough of his memories to know he isn't fundamentally a cruel person. I think if he's given the same chances we were, he would try to do better, to be better. Gundo's eyes soften and he takes Owen's hand. We'll tell him that if he turns himself over to the others, we'll advocate for keeping him alive, just in case carrying him is enough to free the others, and they'll keep looking for Scott. If he refuses to risk himself, then okay, we help him get off continent. Maybe he'll be a terror wherever he ends up, but I think if he's away from all of this, he'll at least try to make up for some of the damage he's done. Okay, I think I can live with that. Owen squeezes his hand. The pyro is right where they left him, which is mildly surprising, but Owen doesn't let it show on his face. So, what'll it be, Doctor? Pyro asks, back to the flat, expressionless monotone he used when they first found him. Will you be staking me in the chest or through the back? We're not staking you, Winford mutters. You know the others want a cure, Lagundo says, but there's still a chance that curing you would be enough to set them free. Pyro shakes his head. Won't wait. They'll just kill me and get cured. Not necessarily. If you turn yourself over willingly, they'll be much more open to holding off until we take out Scott. Pyro winces, but Lagundo pushes on. Owen and I will advocate for you. I'm confident that we can at least get them to listen. And then what? You'll never catch him. Probably unless, Lagundo agrees, but Pearl and Abolish will. Pyro's expression contorts at the mention of Abolish. Turning him was a necessity, so it really ought to have been Scott who risked himself to get the job done. But of course, he sent Pyro in his place. Pyro recruited most of the coven to help. Shelby, Drift, Sausage, Avid, and a begrudging Apple. Owen came along as well, but only to make sure Abolish didn't stake Shelby or Drift. Abolish did not go down easily. He'd already knocked Mr. M and Avid out by the time Owen intervened, and he shattered half the bones in Owen's left arm and nearly cut him in half before Pyro finally managed to sink his fangs in so deep Abolish couldn't get back up. Pyro drained him, but it still wasn't enough to fully regenerate his broken body. They had to carry him back to the castle so he could recover with help from the beacon. You know, Bolish is persistent, Lagundo says, but he's also level-headed. He won't let the others rush into a decision, and he won't argue for killing you if it isn't necessary. But it might be. Lagundo falls quiet, so Owen fills in the silence. Yeah, it might be, but you're still accountable for what you did, even if you feel like you didn't have a choice. Are you going to take responsibility, or are you going to keep on running from your blame? He sees the moment Pyro shuts off. All the challenge fades from his eyes and his shoulders slump. I can't, he says in a small, defeated voice. I can't. I'm not strong enough to bear this. Owen sighs. Fine. Then go work on getting strong enough until you can. How? I don't know. Go finish your thesis, volunteer, feed the hungry, do whatever you think will help the most people. Will it? He turns to Lagundo. Does the guilt stop? No, not completely, but it reminds you that there's still work to be done. And when the time comes, Owen says, we'll go for you. 492 days after. Owen. He takes Lagundo's hand and kisses him to silence the words he knows are bubbling in Lagundo's throat. You don't want to lie to them. Lagundo huffs a laugh and gives a strained smile. How did you know? Owen shrugs. I know you. I don't feel it would be fair for me to keep this from them. But you're right about Pyro. We have to give him a chance. But we won't keep it from them. They'll demand to know where he went. Yeah? And you'll honestly say you have no idea? Lagundo tilts his head. I'll arrange everything. Owen says, I'll get him the papers, I'll buy his ticket, and I'll check in with him periodically. You won't know a thing about where he is or what identity he's using. But they'll still try to get the information out of you. They'll try. Yeah. But I ask you this. Have you ever seen me give in to peer pressure? Lagundo smiles again, more genuinely this time. I guess not. They can pry all they like. I won't tell them anything unless Pyro gives a damn good reason to. And you think Pyro will keep his word? Maybe. I do. But it doesn't matter to Owen, and it doesn't matter to Lagundo. Scott is Lagundo. Not Pyro. If Pyro's fledglings want the cure, knock him down for themselves. Owen will gladly hand over everything he has once Scott is dead, and Pyro fails to come back to the mainland. Lagundo studies Owen, then nods. Okay. Thank you. This means a lot to me. Sure. I love you. I love you too. 505 days after. Nins stares him down with icy intensity. So, let me get this straight. Let me make sure I've got this right. Legs wants me to source forged documents for some guy I've never met without any explanation or follow-up, and he doesn't even bother to come in person. Is that correct? Yeah, pretty much. She rolls her eyes and shakes her head. He's damn lucky I'm so nice. I had to turn you both in. I appreciate your restraint. It would be a shame if they raided this place and discovered all the illegal gambling and drug trafficking. Nins snorts while she digs around in one of the drawers against the far wall, eventually producing a scrap of parchment and an ink pen. We have gambling here? Shit, you should have told me sooner. I could have played my way out of the slums ages ago. I'm not a snitch. Nins shoots him what might be approaching a approving smile and settles back into her stool. Right. Give me the details for the papers. Owen lists off Pyro's physical attributes while Nins make notes in script so tiny and slanted it's barely legible. He resists the urge to comment. His own letters are shaky after his bare-bones education, and he's had little reason to practice since. The Gundas are even worse. And what's the name? Jack Clifton. She raises one slitted eyebrow. Owen says nothing, and Nins lets it drop. Come pick the papers up in 3 days. I live above the bar, take the stairs around the back of the building up to the second landing, and knock 7 times on the red door. What do I owe you? Less than you should. But you keep Legs from offing himself, and we'll call it even. Owen nods. 508 days after. Up the stairs, 22 in all. Up again to the second landing, and past the grimy bricks and chipping paint to the door on the end with its faint red staining. Owen counts the knocks under his breath and tucks his fist behind his back to keep from continuing. The door opens. There stands Nins, her graying hair loose around her shoulders and a knowing glint in her eyes. I have your package, she says, holding up an unassuming envelope. Owen waits. She does not hold it out in offering. Quite the opposite. She takes 2 large steps back into the room and crosses her arms. Well, Owen narrows his eyes. Are you going to give them to me? I just rest my feet, she replies. Long days standing on concrete are hell on the arches. Sure. May I come in then? What's stopping you? I would not enter the home of a lady outside of my family without permission, Owen says. Nins snorts. No one's called me a lady in a long time, kid. I wouldn't worry about formalities. Their standoff holds. Nins shakes the envelope. Do you want it or not? What is this? She crosses her arms. You tell me. Owen sighs. I won't be going in there unless you tell me I'm allowed. You won't be or you can't. I shan't. That earns a laugh, barking and harsh. Just where the hell did he find you? May I please have the envelope? Of course, it's yours. Owen clenches his fists at his side, a gesture which does not escape Nin's notice. Look, you know what I am after. I'm not moving, so you'll just have to tell me why it is you can't pass that threshold. I used the wrong accent, sorry. Look, you know what I'm after. I'm not moving, so you'll just have to tell me why it is you can't pass that threshold. His nostrils flare. Owen forces himself to calm down and relax his hands at his sides. He straightens and says, I expect you already know the answer. How old are you? 53. Try again. 26. She shakes her head. Owen clenches his jaw and counts to 10. 226. There we go. She smiles and tosses the envelope toward him. Owen catches it just before it hits the ground and briefly checks the contents, then tucks it under his jacket and starts for the stairs. How'd you convince him? Vince calls. Owen pauses, then looks over his shoulder at her. It wasn't me. Maybe you didn't change him, she says, but you convinced him to stay. Owen turns and leaves without another word. 631 days after. Legs passes the shirt over to Owen for inspection. He examines the rows of even stitches with intent focus. This is perfect, thank you. Of course. Owen hugs the shirt to his chest for a moment, then carefully folds it and sets it aside. It's one of Lewis's, a finely made vermilion button-up that Owen still wears on occasion when he needs something to hold on to. The last time he did so, one of the sleeves caught on the corner of a table and ripped. Though he tried to conceal it, Owen's distress was immediate and obvious. Legs promised to find a perfect color match thread and repair it as soon as possible. He talks about Lewis sometimes. Legs never brings him up, but he listens attentively when Owen does. In another universe, he might have felt jealousy for the warmth in Owen's voice when he speaks of him. In this one, he's just glad to hear Owen open up, even if only to comment on the artistic style of a painting being to Lewis's taste. It feels like the first flowers of spring emerging after a long, cold winter. 727 days after. Owen, please. No. I'll buy you a dog, Martin says. I don't want a dog. A horse, then. I don't want one of those either. A house. I already have one. A mansion. Not my style. Just one syllable, he pleads. I'll buy you a whole forest. No, I'll buy you a country. Owen rolls his eyes. You don't actually have any money, Martin. You don't know that. I could have been scamming left and right and center while I was off globe-trotting with Pearl. He raises an eyebrow. Were you? Maybe. Okay, I'll tell you again since you clearly haven't internalized it yet. I'm not telling you anything, no matter how annoying you are. Don't be so sure. This isn't even 5% of my true power. I could annoy the blue off your socks from a mile away. Lagundo chokes on a laugh from the other room. What the hell does that even mean? Trust me, you don't want to find out. Owen shakes his head. Remind me how we ended up stuck babysitting you while Pearl's on vacation with Cleo. Martin ticks the reasons off on his fingers. Ren's still evil. Apple threatened to set me on fire. Shelby's still mad from that time that I did set her on fire, which was totally self-defense, by the way. So I can't go with her and Avid and Drift and Polish is overseas. What about Sausage? Mr. N. Martin snorts. I'd be babysitting him, if anything. Didn't you form a militia with him? Yeah. These henches, hell, I don't know what use a rider has for muscles like those, but damn. Martin gives an appreciative whistle, then laughs at Owen's grimace. All right. Pearl genuinely is visiting Cleo back in town. She offered to let me come along, but I wasn't exactly thrilled by the prospect of third-wheeling the whole time. Owen raises his eyebrows. Let me correct, he says. Martin says, I wasn't interested in third-wheeling for a hot mess of unresolved sexual tension. You two have very much sorted out your business. Is that what the kids are calling it these days? Lagundo asks as he bumps the door open with his hip and carries in a basket full of clean clothes, ready to be folded. Owen grins. Would you care to join me in sorting out business this evening, Doctor? Maybe if you'll help me fold this laundry. Extortion! Owen cries, clutching at his chest. By my own partner, no less. You should have seen this coming. He makes a show of grumbling, then grabs a few bundles of fabric from the basket and gets to work helping Lagundo fold. Martin shakes his head. I should have stuck with Pearl. This is actually worse than the pining. Owen flips him off and Martin laughs. 966 days after. Legs gave up on finding Scott a long time ago. They tried. They well and truly tried. But if Scott wasn't lying about leaving the continent, then there's little Legs and Owen could do that Abolishes people couldn't. So they stopped looking. They stopped a long time ago. Now they have a small house built from lumber Owen felled that Sausage whipped into a cozy home. Legs has a job rotating between the cluster of small villages in their vicinity, providing care and medicine to anyone who needs it. Owen whittles and sculpts from clay they harvest themselves, and reads anything he can get his hands on, making up for lost time, he says when Legs questions his choice to read Falmer's almanacs from 50 years ago. I've got to get up on what I missed. He also spends a lot of time doting on the small tabby cat they adopted after it followed them home from town. Owen was annoyed by it at first, then tried to scare it off by hissing, only for it to hiss right back. And instantly his annoyance turned to delight, and he scooped it up in his arms and with a broad grin. Legs sighed fondly and treated the poor thing's fleas and worms, and now they have the world's most pampered house cat. Owen gives her rides around the house on his shoulders and carved an extra chair for their dining room table for her to use so she won't feel left out when they play card games. They have a small flower garden that they share labor, weeding and watering, and the best blooms get a place of honor in Owen's first vase. Some days are still difficult. They both have nights where they need to sit alone for hours, and nights where they need to hold one another in white-knuckled grips. Sometimes there aren't words for the pain, and they feel the full, remorseless weight of their demons. But those days are getting fewer and further between. On the first day of summer, Legs looks at the coin on his nightstand and doesn't place it in his shirt pocket. He leaves it there, where it sits beside the case study he's been reading, and seeks Owen out. He's in the garden, tending the rose bushes before the sun can really start to beat down. I think I want to stay, Legs says. Owen looks up at him, then pushes to his feet. Here? Anywhere, as long as it's with you. Owen smiles. Me too. And that's the end. I read a whole thing. Probably about 3 hours. Oh, goodness me. Goodness me. Well, I hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. And I've read it 4 times. I know there aren't really any of us in here except for me. But I am grateful for anyone who stops by and watches before or after. Thank you for the support. It means a lot to me. I'm still pretty new at this stuff, and anything that comes around is always good. Hi again, Azzy. Were you lurking? Anyway, I do feel like rating this out just because it's only right to do. And I do notice that one of my friends who is streaming right now is here doing some ASMR triggers. I've been laying in bed and listening. Oh, lovely. So I feel like passing us on to Pisces. She is a fantastic ASMR trigger lady. And I'll make sure that the volume's down so I don't ear blast any of us. Thank you again for checking in. And I appreciate anytime anybody stops by. So make sure to take care of yourselves, to have a great evening, and I will see you again in the next one. Take care.